We are going to call the Royal Oak City Commission meeting to order for June 11, 2018. We're going to start with an invocation given by myself, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. What we do in this room is extraordinary when you think about it. We gather here tonight in this room because we care about our community, we care about making it better, and we care about the well-being of our neighbors. The same positive energy that moves each of us moves all of us. Certainly at times this room has endured tension, frustration, and conflicting opinions. But this room has also proven that our differences pale in comparison to what we have in common. Let us be reminded of our love for each other, and therefore hold ourselves to the highest standards of decency, compassion, and dignity for one another. Amen.
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 I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this brings us to item number 4 on the agenda this evening, which is the Historic District Study Committee presentation of specially designed plaques and historically designated properties. Good evening.
My name is Ruth Cleveland, and I'm the chairperson for the Historic District Study Committee. And for some time now, we have been considering a special plaque for those properties which are historically designated officially by both the state and the city. And Lori Eisenhart, who is to my left here, she is a well-known artist in the city, and she has submitted some drawings and things, of which we have looked at for several months now. And Jim Keeler, of course, contacted her, and we would like to show you a sample of what we think would be very appropriate for almost, whether it's a business or whether it's private property. So, Joe, would you please? You can go in and pass it around and let them take a closer look at it, please. The installation of this type of plaque would, yeah, it's a little heavy. You would have to consult Lori as to where and how would be the best way, depending on the type of property that you have. It could go in a yard, or it could be mounted on a home or a business, whichever. But we felt that the City Commission should get the first look at it and give us your opinion or approval or whatever. But we felt that those which were officially designated should have something special. So this is it. Now, needless to say that what would be written in the center, the surrounding would be the same with all of the plaques, but what would be in the center would depend on what the place was, the name of the place. So,
Ms. Cleveland, would it be made out of the same material? So it would be the same?
I'm going to turn this over to Lori. Yeah, she can tell you what it's made from and what it consists of and so forth. Lori? Go ahead, speak.
It's made out of a very sturdy clay body. That's what I have tiles that are installed in the city of Southfield, the Southfield Public Library. They've been in a brick retaining wall in the children's garden for a number of years, and it holds up. I did freeze tests with the clay body to make sure that it doesn't absorb too much water.
Very nice. It's beautiful. Nice work.
Nice collaboration.
It was indeed.
I think something that looks like that, you'd find that people would welcome that on their front porch, you know, and it seems like it's, you know, that would fit into a nicely designed home.
Whether it was a business or whether it was a home, and as I said, the perimeter of it would always be the same, but it would identify those places which are official.
Mayor?
Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, if you could briefly tell people what qualifies a home to have this plaque?
First of all, in order to qualify for historic designation, it takes us approximately a year in order to study a particular property. And that means crawling into attics, basements, and everywhere, because we have to make sure that there's more than 50% of that property is the original, as well as being more than 50 years old. And the third thing that is important is that there has to be some important person or event or thing connected to that in order for the state to approve it. So the homes that we have done, I think we have about 26 so far, have been approved by the state as well as by the city. And those are the ones that we would then provide Lori with the names of those places so that she could then work from there.
Good, thank you.
Is that enough?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. We'd really like to thank the city for its support in developing the mold for this. We're very appreciative and proud of what we've been able to do with this. Thank you.
Commissioner Dubak.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's lovely. It is extraordinarily heavy, I think. Are we, I see there's one mount on the back. Are we confident, is that enough to hold it into the side of most homes, or should it have mounts? And I'm just curious if you all have tested it.
I think there are other ways we can approach that.
With the box.
Yeah.
This is being inserted into a pillar that we're putting near the parking area of the Hilsinger house. So and we may use epoxy as well. So, but truly the tiles hold up. I've had some of the tiles put in my sidewalk at my office building there on Knowles, and they've lasted 27 years at this point, and are like unfitting minutes.
So you all would help get some guidance to homeowners who
Yes.
receive these and
even
property
Yeah.
owners who receive these as to how best mount it for longevity.
Right.
Well, this is why Lori would have to know where this would be mounted, whether it would be mounted onto a building or onto a post or whatever, and then the mounting would, accommodate that.
Thank
Yes.
you very much.
Thank you.
Would you like to see it again? Yes. Joe? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, somebody just.
Macy she didn't get to see it, yeah.
Very good quality too. It's, always a temptation to go online and go on the thrift and order something that doesn't have as much thought, easy to get and low cost and maybe not as durable, but it's good to see that, this committee is dedicated to looking at the longevity of things and the quality of things and what these actually represent. They're more than just a placard. They represent our history. It's
Exactly.
important we do it right, so I commend you on your efforts.
I guess just one more addition. We were very fortunate in having Lori doing the work for us. She was appointed Artist of the Year by the Arts Commission this year, so double honors. Thank you.
Congratulations.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Anything else?
Anything else from Ms. Cleveland with the team?
Thank you all very much for your
Yeah,
service.
thank you.
Okay.
Always great work.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
I already have one. I will take two. After all, have 3 kids, and I didn't give them the first one. They were like, "Ooh, is this for me?" This is for me. I must have. This is an attempt to brag me away from causing trouble.
All right. This brings us to item number 5 on our agenda, which is public comment. The City Commission values and relies on the input of our fellow citizens to make decisions. Now is the time set aside for public to address the City Commission on any city-related issues, both on the agenda and not. I ask that comments be directed to the City Commission and not to individual commissioners. In addition to public comment, there will be 2 public hearings at tonight's meeting. If you're here to comment on the 2018-19 fiscal year budget or the Brownfield Plan for Urbane concerning a planned unit development on Harrison, you may wait until the public hearings are open and you can comment at that time. And the same rules will apply to those hearings as general public comment. If you wish to speak tonight at either the public comment or at the public hearings, please wait until recognized by me, the mayor, then come up to the podium. For the record, we are going to ask you to state your name and address. Please be mindful that the City Commission does want to hear from everyone who wishes to speak tonight, so comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. And there's a timer at the podium to help you keep track of your allotted time. If you don't wish to speak tonight, please don't hesitate to call or email the City Commission with any questions, thoughts, or comments you may have. Please note that the City Commission will not respond directly to questions during public comment. However, we are taking notes and will address the questions when the agenda topic is discussed or refer it to the proper city department if the matter isn't scheduled on the agenda this evening. And our city manager is also taking notes here and will look into matters as appropriate. So with that, who's first tonight? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Todd Jordan, and this is my husband, Tom Cernick. We have lived at 1620 Woodlawn Avenue at the corner of Campbell Road for 20 years. We had 2 flags of sidewalk replaced along Campbell Road in 2017 by the city's contractor that are now crumbling badly. Of the 26 flags replaced between Woodlawn Avenue and 13 Mile Road, only a handful are unaffected. Some, in our opinion, are in extremely bad condition. On February 20th, 2018, I took photos of the initial significant surface cracking and crumbling on both of our flags. I contacted the engineering department by phone on March 12, 2018, and was told a supervisor would check it out and get back to us, and there was only a 1-year warranty on the sidewalks. We did not receive a response. That call was made 3 months ago tomorrow. The problem has worsened. There are now deeply pitted, corners broken, and gravel can easily be seen below the very thin layer of cement on top. They also left an approximate 1.5 to 2 inch gap between our back sidewalk where they broke it off to accommodate the pour edging board and didn't restore it. There's a piece of wood hammered down in it, which has since appeared to have raised or shifted our back flag over the winter. On May 31st, 2018, I sent 2 emails to Mr. Callahan in engineering with present condition photos using the form on the city's website, and also sent an email directly to him with several current photos attached. No replies as of this meeting. The same day, I posted pictures on a Royal Oak Facebook group asking if other residents were experiencing or had seen this elsewhere. Other locations were reported. Within that post, Mr. Callahan confirmed another poster that he had received the email. There's only a 1-year warranty. The sections laid in 2017 are deteriorating and need replacement before it runs out. Some, in their current condition, especially our neighbors at 1621 Midland, appear far worse than the ones they replaced. We are here to ensure our respectful request is on record that the City Council and Engineering Department authorize and implement warranty replacement of our sections of sidewalk, as well as those of other residents and businesses along Campbell, using an appropriate mix for roads like ours. We also request a thorough inspection of sidewalks around the city for similar deterioration, and to proactively request residents through social media to submit locations of similar conditions as soon as possible. The warranty expiration is upon us. We would like to submit sample photos and our full collection on CD that support our claims regarding all of the replacements along our Campbell corridor. Thank you for your time, attention, and future action. 13 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Okay, who's next? Yes, sir, in the front.
Stephen Miller, 115 Georgetown, Royal Oak, Michigan. I have nearly 20 years of experience of working on numerous city audits, district court audits, and school district audits, so not wanting to sound braggadocious or obsequious, I dare say that I know much or more about municipal finance than any staff person that's sitting up there tonight, and I'm quite sure that I know more than the entire commission combined. I am the former city commissioner that authored each and every financial policy on page 31. Think of my great disappointment when I not only found mistakes to what I had authored, but also finding that the most important, the general fund policy, is being violated and specifically budgeted to be violated in each of the foreseeable budgeted years. I mean, don't any of you elected officials bother to read this stuff? I have 3 items that I'm going to attempt to point out tonight, though I found 17 in just my 3-hour review. First, I say that this commission intends tonight to hoist a giant millage onto the backs of Royal Oak taxpayers with a simple commission vote. Notwithstanding that, I think it is unconscionable to not allow the tax-paying voters to decide this. You hoist this giant millage because of your screw-up. Get a court-ordered consent judgment against you, and you take the cowardly way out by putting a giant millage onto the taxpayers when it's obvious to me that you have more than enough taxpayers' money already and easily available to avoid hoisting another giant tax on the taxpayers' backs. By the way, I have read your narrative concerning this, and there is no savings to the taxpayers. Second, a few years ago, you hoisted a giant police and public safety millage onto the taxpayers, telling them that you need these funds to staff necessary public safety positions. Yet, since the first and the recent premature second vote, in the last 6 years, your own records show that you have only added 17 public safety positions while using diverted funds to add 50 administrative positions, etc. In my humble opinion, that was simply a bait and switch used to trick voters and to play on their fears. Third, with all the giant millages already hoisted onto the taxpayers' backs, you propose now to add even more to this fall's ballot, a sidewalk millage and a transportation millage. You take this action knowing, or at least you should know, that this year's ending general fund balance is nearly $9 million over the maximum required fund balance, and using your own numbers, the next 5 years shows millions of dollars in fund balances greater than the required maximum, with my policy maximums being very safe and very responsible dollar amount. I have 17 other items that I have found that you are using to punish taxpayers, including violating your own policy with several no-bid contracts for hundreds of thousands of dollars, to mention just one, in clear violation of long-standing established city policy. Services as an exception? No, not even close. Also, based on my review of tonight's proposed budget motions, you are seriously violating already established financial policies and have once again misled taxpayers with Resolution Number 9, the last budget resolution. To me, just unbelievable. Shame on you for treating the taxpayers of Royal Oak as your own personal ATM machine.
Mr. Miller, your time has run out.
I have one more sentence. May I read the sentence?
You can ask the commission if they want to extend.
One more
time.
sentence, please.
Support? All in favor, aye? Aye. Those opposed? Okay, you can continue for another minute, sir.
Shame on anyone who votes to pass this budget. Just shame on you. In my opinion, if you vote for this budget, you are foregoing your sacred fiduciary responsibility, which is to always look out and to protect the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Who's next? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Karen Purslow, and I live at 2515 Benjamin Avenue. I trust you all received my letter this past week with some of my concerns. My intent tonight was to merely be an observer, until last night when I read the following on Click on Detroit regarding the shooting incident at White Castle in which Antonino Gordon was killed by a police officer. Chief O'Donohue was quoted as stating, 15 minutes later he, Antonino, got in line and was picking up food at the drive-in. The officer exited his vehicle with his gun drawn. Again quoting the chief, the officer approached the driver at that point and our officer shot at the driver, striking him, end quote. Witnesses said, quote, we saw the cop pull up to White Castle and we saw him get out and draw his gun immediately. We heard 4 or 5 gunshots, end quote. The Genesee County Prosecutor's Office is now reviewing this case. Troubling to be sure. I feel the majority of Royal Oak police officers are honorable and do the right thing. However, when a police officer does wrong, who does the policing? Who makes sure the wrong is made right? Good cops should not protect bad cops. Additionally, I was present when Brian Ellison last spoke to this body. I was present when he left the commission meeting, followed by the police chief. I was present when Brian introduced the chief to the widow of Antonino Gordon. And I was present when the chief refused to even acknowledge her, far less offer condolence over her loss. I lost all respect for the police chief at that moment. As a fellow human being, he could have at least acknowledged her. Troubling to be sure. Last, A few people have inquired as to who I am relative to Brian Ellison. I am proud to say that Brian is my oldest son. For those who have questioned how his family feels about what he is doing, I can state unequivocally that many family members stand behind him. We have a very large family, some of whom do not share Brian's last name. I have not spoken to all of the family, and I don't purport to speak for everyone. But I, for one, am proud of what he is doing on behalf of the family of Antonino Gordon and the residents of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Purslow. All right, who else is here to speak at public comment tonight? Mr. Wolf.
Ron Wolf, 333 North Troy Street. I apologize for being a tad late. The sun hasn't sunk yet, and I couldn't find a rat to guide me through the maze. But anyway, I have a couple of issues. A lady friend of mine, we were trying to cross Main Street on the northwest corner. North is going towards Birmingham, and south is going towards Detroit, and west is going towards West Bloomfield. So, or the building where the crumpled, where the balconies had an issue. And there's no sign facing directly saying "Do not cross." We had to when we got there, we noticed this chasm, and not knowing whether the ground was firm, we negotiated our way around. Eventually, she tripped and fell, ruining her clothing. Then again, just now, just a few minutes ago, I noticed a young man in a wheelchair. He saw it, thankfully, the last minute because it was a motorized wheelchair. It could have been a disaster, but he turned his wheelchair around and illegally went into the street to try to negotiate around. I've made 4 calls to the police, 3 calls to the police department. They promised me they're going to send an engineer this morning, but I checked on it just now, and all I can see is additional no left-hand turn signs because apparently somebody did investigate and felt that's what's necessary, is just that add no left turn signs. My summation is car traffic is more pedestrian than, more important than the lives of pedestrians. Okay, there's so many things that are bothering me tonight. I heard that the farmers market is in danger of being torn down and moved in the area of the police station, not moved, but some other structure. This will destroy any concept of a Central Park, which is appearing to be more and more another shell game. This Central Park is nothing but a gift for Ron Bogie, and we're going to we're going to pay $5 million for him to have this little park in front of his office building, which is just going to be a green space. And on top of that, we're going to pay for the maintenance. What a wonderful gift for Ron Bogie on top of the 8,000 square foot restaurant. Now talk about shell games. This city is full. I've been calling on the internet that people rise up and demand that we have a change in the charter, that we have a full-time mayor, where a city manager is working under the mayor and the commission, and that the city manager is confined to budget, not to city planning. I've been asking for this for a long time. I am sick and tired of being threatened, yelled at. I am sick and tired of being ignored. And I think a lot of people are in the same boat I'm in. Just wake up out there, people. Will you wake up and tell these people what needs to be done?
Mr. Wolf, I do have a question for you. Can you confirm the location? Was that on 11 in Maine, the northwest corner?
11 at the north. You know, as you step out of the at the Royal Oak Main Theater, and you go to decide which light you're going to cross. We decided to cross Main. I have a good idea.
Okay.
If
Thank
you guys bag the meters, not bag, like you bag the meters. If you
Mr.
bag
Wolf, I
the
just
walk
wanted to
lights,
confirm the location. I didn't want
if
to
you
continue
bag
public
the
comment.
walk lights,
Mr.
you
Wolf,
would
thank
save
you.
a lot of
Mr. Wolf,
problems.
other people wish to speak tonight, okay?
Yes, I know,
Mr.
I
Wolf,
know.
please have
We're
a seat.
peons.
Who's next?
I know. We're peons.
Who's next? Yes, sir, in the back.
Good evening. My name is Alan Ashley. I live at 606 Williams. I'm here to speak for the seniors in our building and all the seniors of Royal Oak. This commission formed a task force, put a head of it, and since the head is there and all the members have been appointed, everything was rosy except When was the last time this task force had a meeting? There is no mission statement. There's no announcement of when. There's not even on your site, this task force. You can't find it. So if this commission and this city cares about seniors, I wish something would be done. You're sitting on your butts and doing nothing. This is all show and no go. And this is just a reminder that all of you, comes November is election time, and also in 7 years, all the people that were born from 1946 on will be 65 and older, which means there's more of us than you. And if you keep ignoring Royal Oak seniors, things will have to change. There's a few on this commission that care about seniors, the rest of you don't. Because all I see is nothing out of this commission. When is the first meeting? When is it going to be posted on the site? Nothing has been done. Again, this is all show, no go. This is appeasement to the seniors. And it's time you take us seniors for what we are. We are people. We are trying to enjoy our life in Royal Oak, and you ignore us. Right and left. You make gestures and then do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Who's next? We'll go with Mr. Harrison next. He's been waiting here for a while.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford, Royal Oak. And again, I voice my objection to the Commission majority's politicization of public events. The sole purpose of the Memorial Day Parade is to remember the veterans who gave their lives for us, not to make political statements. It was totally inappropriate to have the group of Women Against Guns in the parade, and I understand the mayor has something to do with that. The founders provided for the citizens to own guns as protection against the possibility of a future totalitarian government. You enabled your ability to control the parade contents by getting rid of Carol Hennessy, who successfully ran the parade for 15 years. Where was that large American flag that has been a tradition in the parade? Next year, will there be a Royal Oak logo flag in its place? It is unfortunate that the Democrat Party has morphed into a liberal socialism at the federal level of government. But it is troubling when, like a cancer, it metastasizes and trickles down to the local level. Socialism always ends up in dictatorship. While I have time, I object to the tax and spend course that you are on, which includes giving away tax revenue to private interests without public approval. You are proceeding with spending millions on 2 parks when you're unable to maintain the existing parks. You are promoting an additional bus service, which will never be self-funding. You have hired a former mayor's wife to run the animal shelter when it has always been run by volunteers. The salary money would be better spent on the needed building repairs. Increasing parking fees downtown at a time when the downtown will be disrupted with construction activities just doesn't make any sense at all. All of this is irresponsible behavior on the part of the Commission majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Who's next? Yes.
Hi, I'm Nancy Barnett, 506 North Troy. I, too, am a senior citizen. I wanted to voice my concerns about some of the behavior with some citizens in here regarding the police department. I've seen many occasions that they've been sworn at and cussed at, called filthy names. I can't repeat those words because I don't want the bracelets on too. Okay, I understand there's frustration on both sides. I'm not saying what they did was right or wrong, but there are officers, and I've witnessed this firsthand, who've been verbally attacked, cussed at, threatened, that had absolutely nothing to do with these shootings. The few of them weren't even on duty when this happened. So anybody who's listening, please, if you're doing it, stop it. It's not nice. You know, you have to let the process work through. You got to work through the process. You got to let justice prevail. I mean, they're not talking about it because it's under investigation. They can't say anything. It's being investigated while it's ongoing. They can't say anything. The other concern I have is about, there was an article I've seen on Facebook from the Free Press. We want to increase parking fees 50%. Youch! Oh my God. I mean, that's a lot. Please don't do that. That hurts all these businesses out here. It really does. If you can think of another way to do it, to, generate more revenue. I know it stinks right now because we've lost parking revenue on these lots. And we've also lost revenue on drunk driving arrests because people are taking Uber and Lyft now. They don't drive anymore. They've caught on. So, I'd rather see that than the other way around. But I'm very concerned about how the police are being treated. Not all of them are jerks. Some of them are very, very good, loving people. I've got friends on the police department, and I have friends on the fire department. I've known the people, some of them almost my entire life. But I just don't like them being threatened and cussed at. And, I've seen them go through all kinds of stuff. I work out here on deliveries. I pick up for Grubhub. And I see a lot of stuff happen. And, they've been pushed, they've been shoved, kicked, bitten, spit at, and their lives threatened. And enough already. But, I just wanted to show my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett. Mr. Staley.
Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jim Staley, and I've been a police officer in Royal Oak for over 29 years. The reason I'm here today is that I had an opportunity to watch a video from the May 23rd budget session. I have some concerns about the discussion that took place regarding the health care and the 80/20 system known as Public Act 152 that is set up for current employees. I came here today to clear up some of my concerns. First and most importantly, I want to let you know that we have no negotiation rights when it comes to Public Act 152. We were specifically told that by your labor attorney, Howard Schiffman, during our last contract negotiations. In addition, we have no right to ask to arbitrate this issue in 312 arbitration. The state voted to pass Public Act 152, and then it was forced on all city employees. The language in the contract that refers to the 80/20 is only there as a formality. It is there so everyone knows the option that the city commission voted on. Once you voted to implement the 80/20, it was forced into all union contracts. I agree with Mr. Schiffman on his opinion regarding this matter. However, we did ask Mr. Schiffman to bring to the Commission's attention our desire to discuss this matter with you. I don't know if that ever took place. I want to be clear that the union is not trying to drop this in your laps during budget meetings. We have met with high-ranking city officials on more than one occasion dating back to December of 2017. We requested information regarding the financial status of the health care fund. It took a long time to get those numbers that we had requested. We were told ultimately that it would be difficult to make a change in the 80/20 plan before the new health care year started in April of 2018. We were also told that it would be better if we brought it to the Commissioner's attention during the budget sessions and looked to make a change in December of 2018. That is when, after meeting with several union presidents, we sent you an email on behalf of all city employees outlining our concerns about Public Act 152. There are approximately 254 employees who participate in the city's health care program. Those 254 employees contribute approximately $636,000 into the fund last year. Since we started paying 20% of our health care, we have contributed approximately $3.5 million. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but this fund is well-funded, overfunded, if I may say so. Over the last several years, starting in 2012, the fund had significant positive balance at the end of each budget year. In 2012, the ending balance was $1.9 million. In 2013, there was an additional increase of $2.4 million. In 2014, another additional increase of $1.6 million. In 2015, another increase of $1.5 million. In 2016, another increase of $0.6 million. In 2017, another increase of $0.8 million. I would just ask that you allow me to finish. I'm running out of time. I have about another minute left. I think this is important information.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay. You may continue, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In June of 2017, there was a fund balance of over $9 million. The reason the fund balance was so overfunded was because the city overestimated the cost of the healthcare program by each year of anywhere from 10 to 25%. In June of 2017, a decision was made that the city manager and the commissioners would have a budget adjustment, and it was approved. At that time, approximately $5 million was removed from the fund. Approximately $3.5 million was refunded to the general fund for overpayments, and approximately $1.5 million was refunded to several other departments throughout the city for overpayments. However, no individual employee received a refund for overpayments. That being said, there's still approximately $4.5 million in the fund as of today. What we, and when I say we, I mean all full-time city employees that participate in the city's health care program are looking for from the commission is to make a change to the way Public Act 152 is implemented in the city of Royal Oak. We would not ask you to make this change if the circumstances didn't dictate that it can be done. I believe there are three reasons to make the change. The first is that the city has the financial means to make the change. It is clear from the current fund balance and the fact that $5 million was taken from this fund last year. Secondly, the commission has the authority to make the change. And third, it is the right thing to do for the more than 250 employees who work in the city every day. In closing, I would just ask that you make sure you have all the information that you need and make an informed decision that I know you will do. And if you guys ever want to meet and sit down with anything that I discussed today, I would gladly meet with you anytime. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. I see a hand in the back there. Is that green? Looks green from back here. Colors change as they get closer to the light. Green's right, all right.
Mayor, City, Clark Campbell, 324 East University. Mayor, City Commissions, City Management, and staff. The sidewalk on 11 Mile, please give it back. Good evening. I realize that when you are focused on the end result, it's easy to overlook important details in getting there. I'm here tonight to bring one of those important details to your attention, the flow of pedestrian traffic during construction. Tonight, I'm specifically focused on the current sidewalk situation on the south side of 11 Mile Road between Main Street and Troy Street. The new City Center construction project has just taken away a section of that sidewalk between the library and the businesses on Main Street. This is a regularly traveled east-west pedestrian route, and it is now being blocked. The pedestrian crosswalk from Imagine Theater to the city center across 11 Mile is now blocked off as well as a result. Today, I personally witnessed multiple adults and middle school-age kids trying to navigate that area. As a direct result of this closure, they all ended up in the street on 11 Mile, not a very safe place to be. Meanwhile, the sidewalk space that is now claimed by the project is full of the personal vehicles of the construction workers. To my mind, there is no reason for this section to be closed. Urban construction projects are managed in cities all over the country with the pedestrian sidewalk access maintained throughout the project. Please move the barricades in and reopen our sidewalk. The contractor should be required to construct a safe and suitable construction site barricade to allow the sidewalk to remain open. Birmingham does it, why can't we do the same? I am quite sure that space is put to better use for the safe passage of our citizens' pedestrian traffic, keeping them off 11 Mile Road, than for the personal vehicles of the construction site workers. Details are important. Thank you for your attention to and consideration of this request.
Thank you for your thoughtful recommendation, Mr. Campbell. Yes, I see a checkered hand here.
Good evening, Brian Ellison, 26029 Delton, Madison Heights. First of all, I'd like to apologize for last meeting. When I left the meeting during public comment after I had a chance to speak, and I said bang, 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 and I wanted to clarify that I was certainly not simulating gunshots, and I apologize if anybody was frightened by that. I was simulating the gavel that, Mayor, you were so kind to give me very promptly at 3 minutes, which I haven't heard yet tonight, despite many people going over 3 minutes, so it's odd to me, but that's what I was simulating, was the gavel. So also I'd like to I'd like to kind of ask a question. I don't expect an answer, but I'd like you guys to think about it. How many members of this body have reached out to the family of Antonino Gordon or Cody Reynolds, offer their condolences, if nothing else? I think I know the answer, but I don't know if everybody else knows the answer. And I would think that as representatives of this city, and you guys claim that you want to represent the citizens, I think that it's important that you consider the fact that you have a citizen in this city whose husband was killed in unknown circumstances, and not one member of this body has reached out to her to offer her condolences and to assure her that things will be taken care of and that justice will be served. I've spoken quite a bit about this situation, and I think people get the wrong impression of what it is I'm demanding. Certainly, I think that there needs to be justice in these two cases. I think that that's obvious, and I think that people who want to tell me that I'm jumping the gun and I'm rushing too quick to demand justice, I think that they're not understanding what it is that I'm asking for right now. I think there needs to be reform. I think that the justice probably won't come, but at least the investigations will be completed. But in the meantime, while you were waiting for one investigation to complete, another man lost his life. And I think that there's nothing that should be stopping this body from doing its own investigation and not relying on the police to do an investigation and finish an investigation before finding out what the problem is with the Royal Oak Police Department, that 2 people died and were killed unarmed within 35 days. This is a serious problem, and more important than, as much as I want to see justice, what's more important to me right now is that there's not another one, and that should be what's important to you guys as well. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison. All right, who's next? Going once. Is that Mr. Colo?
I try to wear many colors, so you can't call me out by just one. Brandon Colo, 600 East Hudson. I want to speak tonight about the parks in the city. There's been a lot of fodder on Facebook about them lately, and I think it's important that we start to look at how we can improve them, and I think there's many different ways to go about it. We have a really nice budget coming up tonight, and I think that while we're looking at that, it might be time to ask our Parks and Rec Committee how they suggest we improve our parks. It's a good time to ask them what we can do, because we all know we can do better, and I really hope that now is the time that we start asking for that before we get to the middle of summer and we find another reason why parks haven't been mowed in 3 weeks. So before the next tsunami comes in, hopefully we can find that solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colo. Anybody else here tonight to speak at public comment? Be reminded that we'll have 2 public hearings later this evening that you can speak at if you're here to speak on those. All right, we'll return the meeting back to this side of the table.
Mayor, may I speak briefly?
Commissioner Douglas, you may speak briefly.
I was, at our last commission meeting, I was appointed to represent the City Commission on the Senior Citizens Task Force. I immediately contacted the staff people who will be handling this for the city. We're targeting a date in early, mid-July, and are just reaching out to the other appointees on that committee to see if they're available on the date that we're proposing.
Thank you for that update, Commissioner Douglas. Okay, that brings us to item number 6, which is the approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda or modify it. Commissioner Douglas?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Do I see a second by Commissioner Macey?
Sure.
Sure. Confident second. Discussion? Commissioner Macey?
I'd actually like to make an amendment. I wondered if we could hear if the city engineer is here about the 11-mile opening of the sidewalk.
Okay, so you want to make an amendment to the motion to add a discussion about
The 11-mile.
The 11-mile sidewalk. Okay.
Hold on, I think Mr. Johnson.
So we have a second by Commissioner Dubak. All right, I'll call for the vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so now we have a modified motion. That will be this agenda with an additional item as number 13, 11-mile sidewalk.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I request if we're going to add that we added a little bit earlier?
Okay, so I guess I think I have the chair privilege to make it number 7.5.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lavasser.
I'd like to make one additional amendment, and that's to put on the agenda the question of sidewalk warranties.
Okay. Okay, we have a proposed amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gibbs. Is there discussion? All right, with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The second amendment to the original motion has passed. I'm trying to keep track of this in my mind. We'll get there. So I'm going to add that as 7.6.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you didn't, 7.75 was what I was going to
7.75, does that
suggest.
sound, okay, we'll make it 7.75.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, so now we're back to the original motion with two additional agenda topics, the 11-mile sidewalk and the sidewalk warranty. Are there any other amendments? Okay, with none, I'll call for the vote on the approval of the agenda with these amendments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The motion passes. We have an agenda. Which brings us to item number 7 of the consent agenda. Is there any modifications to the consent agenda? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda. Commissioner Douglas? Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Macey. Okay. The consent agenda will consist of City Commission meeting minutes from May 14th to the 21st, claims May 25th, June 5th, and 8th, approval of purchase orders, request to set public hearing to vacate public easements, Royal Oak City Center project, approval of license agreement for the Sidewalk Cafe, 2126 Royal Oak, LLC, DBA Oak City Grill, approval to establish downtown manager position as full-time engineering division, 2018-19 annual fees, award of contract professional engineering services, and exercise contract extension options, approval of renewal with York Risk Services Group for workers' compensation services, receive and file non-action items, which are the March 2018 revenue and expenditure variance summary report, the May 2018 investment report. Any other further discussion? Okay, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The consent agenda is passed, which brings us to item number 7.5. Which is the Commissioner Macey's request to get an update or discussion going on the 11-mile sidewalk closure. Commissioner Macey, I'll kick off with you, and then maybe Mr. Callahan can answer your
I'm not sure
question.
if Mr. Callahan caught it in public comment. There were two questions about what was happening on 11-mile. One was about the closure of 11-mile right by the library and how it seemed to be really just a parking space and whether or not we could reclaim that, as it's a pretty commonly used public pathway. I will say I had the same issue myself the other day. I went, took my son to the library, and it was quite an adventure. So we went to toyology afterwards, because of course. And then the other question was about there's a, I didn't quite get it, but there's something about the crossing between from the east side of Maine to the
West.
From the west side of Maine to the
Northwest
east.
corner of Main 11.
Some kind of do not cross problem. I think you got an email about it, or you got some report about it, so I just wanted to hear.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. We have several construction projects going on right now. We have Main Street construction, which is from 11 Mile Road north to Catalpa. That is a federally funded road project. We have to replace all the handicap ramps. We shift traffic from one side of the road to the other. Oftentimes, the sidewalks are blocked as they're doing their construction. That's one project that's taking away from some of the ability to move around on the north side of the road. On the south side of the road, the parking deck project has now commenced. I would add that the engineering department is not in charge of this project, but we are coordinating with the contractors to keep them moving on schedule and making things as safe as possible. Their operations, the new water main they have to build out into 11 Mile Road, the other things that they have to do to take place as they move from west to east, building foundations and building a 7-story building is going to be very complicated with a lot of heavy trucks coming in. And they felt there was no possible way to keep a safe sidewalk open on the south side of 11 Mile Road. At some point, they're going to be closing half the roadway, so there'll be 1 lane of traffic on the north half of the road in each direction. All of this is going to be taking place over the next 12 months, various stages, and it's very difficult for them to move very heavy barricades back and forth into the road and out of the road as needed to potentially keep sidewalks open. They'd have to keep patching the sidewalks continuously. Typically, you can't, it's very costly to manage a construction operation like that. Hopefully when our Main Street project is completed here, middle of July, the whole north side of the road will be free and clear for pedestrians to use. They will have to cross at Troy Street, and they can cross back again at Main Street, but that is the current plan to keep people safe.
I mean, I guess I'm sorry for their inconvenience, but it's a pretty major inconvenience for us too. And if there were a way to work with them to minimize the time that sidewalk has to be claimed, I mean, I understand that you've had these conversations already, but I don't know.
Yeah, a very large group of staff and contractors and organizers have been working on this particular plan for quite a long time. And safety is the primary reason why we want to keep people away from the construction zones.
Commissioner Dubak.
Hey, Mayor. I know often in city construction projects, they'll actually close a lane of traffic to move pedestrian traffic around the zone so that people aren't in the danger area. You lose a lane of traffic, but your pedestrian traffic can still flow safely. Is that something that we've considered? Is it not feasible to lose a lane of 11 Mile?
It's very difficult right now with all the constructions taking place on Main Street and the fact that we have a brand-new opening at the alley at the north end because we're going to start directing, trucks will only be able to service the businesses on Main Street by going north through there, so they have to have free and clear vision to get out onto 11 Mile Road, and pushing the right-hand side further and further north makes it harder for them to make right-hand turns. Typically, I don't think we're allowing them to make left-hand turns because it's too close to Main Street. There's a lot of things happening. It is very inconvenient, we understand that, but this is our only way to make sure that we have safe places for people to walk, and it's only a short amount of time that people will have to. A year is a very short amount of time to us. You know, these projects are planned for years in advance. And to say that we want to put pedestrians out on 11 Mile Road because it's inconvenient to walk to the other side at the 2 crosswalks at each corner is something that we deal with all the time. We've got our other parking deck. We've got the hotel project. We are going to be having other projects on these roads where if we can get a safe sidewalk around the project, we will. But it's just a very difficult thing to do and a costly thing to do when budgets are at a set limit.
Mr. Callahan, just a quick question. I haven't seen this. I guess I didn't take notice yet, but do we have wayfinding signs there for pedestrians so they clearly know this is a sidewalk detour and, you know, they're not trying to circumnavigate the planned detour? Regardless of how inconvenient that detour is it signed well?
If it is not, we'll go and review it tomorrow, but we put together a very elaborate pedestrian blockage and detour plan as part of this project, and all of those signs should be up right now. Okay. Do people obey them? Absolutely not. They'll walk right past the sidewalk closed sign and walk right into the street and go around a construction project. I've seen it every day down here on 3rd Street. So it's very difficult to control.
Commissioner Macey.
So that's exactly my concern, is that we're doing this for the name of safety, and yet we're actually making it less safe because people are ignoring the signs because it's so terribly inconvenient. So, confession, my son and I ran across 11 Mile as well. I mean, going from the library down to Troy to cross again, His 5-year-old legs didn't want to do it. So, I understand what you're saying, that this is, I hate to be second guessing people who know a lot about this and have been thought about this quite a bit, but this is such a major area of our sidewalk. It just seems worth a second look.
We can take a second look at it and see if there's something we can do, but right now, the contractor is staging to build a water main out into 11 Mile Road, and the gas company is staging to build out and cross 11 Mile Road at the alley, and both of those operations will require multiple lanes of 11 Mile Road to be closed, and it's gonna be very difficult to provide sidewalks. It would change on a daily basis, and that's gonna be very, difficult and costly for the contractor to do.
Well, I think confusing for the public if it's changing on a daily basis, where the right path to walk is. Commissioner DuBois.
Yeah, obviously, public safety is our primary concern. We want to get these projects done, we want to get them done right, and we want to do them as safely as humanly possible. After that is, the convenience of our residents. We've had plenty of discussions about construction in our neighborhoods and making sure that we know construction is tedious and inconvenience, and we've, gotten on our code a little bit more to kind of hold developers in the neighborhoods of residential property more to account to make sure that they're minimizing whatever negative impact is possible on the residents of those neighborhoods. And I would just like to be certain that we're, leaving no stone unturned when it comes to minimizing impact on residents for the major projects that we have going on right now. So if there is anything that could possibly be done, I'd be willing to, have that conversation, but not at the expense of public safety, not if it significantly drives up the cost of the project or makes the project last much, much longer, which I'm sure residents would rather suffer a short-term inconvenience than add 6 weeks to the project, or at least as a resident, I would rather it be done sooner than later. And I trust your expertise, but if there is anything that can be done, I would like to have that conversation.
Sure.
Mr. Johnson, you had something to say?
Yes, just like to add, we're trying to do everything we can. We did create another small parking lot by removing all the city vehicles and employee vehicles, except for some police cars, from the back of City Hall. That's now a public lot. And we also just added a piece of sidewalk between that lot and the front of the library. So there is a nice path, and it's handicap accessible now.
Okay. Discussion. Everyone feels like we discussed this one, no actions. I think Mr. Callahan understands the direction, or at least the sentiment.
The intent, yes.
The intent and sediment. It's not sediment, that's weird. Sentiment. All right, so that would bring us to item number 7.75, which is sidewalk warranties. We had well, I'll leave it to Commissioner Lavasser. I won't recast it.
Thank you. We had a resident, Todd Jordan, who spoke of concern with the sidewalk in his area, and he brought us photos which we can share with you. And they do look quite rough, these sidewalks. What the resident indicated was, though, that unfortunately, what he's been led to understand is that we're outside the warranty period for doing something with regard to this with the contractor that was hired to install the sidewalk. And I just want to get your sentiments there. Number one, is a warranty part of our standard contract with any contractor that we hire to do sidewalks? And if so, what are the terms? And if so, if that is part of our basic contract, what type of follow-up do we have to make sure that we are not letting go of potential claims against the warranty by letting time lapse?
Yes, so the project is not yet closed out. The contractor has not yet come back to town to complete the punch list items. That's all the remaining items, and anything that didn't make it through the winter that he has to repair under the provisions of the contract. We haven't accepted those areas yet as being done properly. So the warranty doesn't start until the project's closed out. So there's still time on the warranty. The contractor's been handed a punch list of items, including the sidewalks along Campbell Road and other major roads and neighborhood streets where the sidewalks have exhibited the ASR. It's a chemical reaction that takes place that causes concrete to scale and pop very soon after it's poured. It's an unpredictable type of thing. It has nothing to do with the concrete mix itself. It has to do with the materials that are in the concrete. So the warranty is still good. It doesn't start until after the contract's over with, and the contract isn't over with yet. And the contractor has to come back in and fix these areas that may have been broken or deteriorated or poured the first time.
And
Commissioner Gibbs.
do you have you heard back from the contractor to see when they are coming back to take a look at the punch list and remaining things?
They have verbally told us July the 4th would be the last date that they would be working. Obviously not on the holiday, but by that time frame, that week. So they have about 3 weeks left to come back in and do this work.
They will have completed their second go-over of the checklist items. You're saying by 4th of July?
Yes, we're still trying to nail down the time
Okay,
because they've been told they cannot go past that date, so.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Callahan? Commissioner Dubak?
Sure, yeah, I guess I want to get a clear understanding of how the communication works with residents, because I want residents to be really clear on if they see something, you know, so we have this 1-year warranty. What is the process? It's to contact your office, is my understanding. I mean, is it you? Is it someone on staff? Do you have the capacity to respond to them? Are residents told, thanks for reaching out, I'm with you, I'll be with you in 7 days? Or is it open-ended? I think what these residents are feeling is, one, a little bit of frustration that they weren't sure if the department was going to get back to them, and two, uncertainty with this ticking clock of the warranty. And I want to make sure that people feel confident when they reach out to, you know, to your department, that you've got the capacity to respond to them. Is that the case? The sense I got from the public comment was that they weren't sure if you were going to be able to get back to them.
I have staff that is supposed to get back to people when they submit issues via email or through the online bring us your issue type of website portal. I do not know that everybody follows through on every particular contact that we have.
Is there a bounce?
Some people call and email and go on the portal. So you've got 3 different locations where someone has registered the same issue. And they might go to 3 different people.
Or just ask questions in the cosmos on social media. But contacting your office directly, I feel like people should feel like they can expect a response within a given time frame. I'm wondering, do they get a bounce back saying, you know, the department someone will follow up with you in 7 days? Not saying your issue is going to be resolved, but
I don't know that we have the ability of staff to continue to follow up on people. We might reach out to them one time and say, we've got your issue and we're looking into it. There are people that want to be responded to with a final answer, and often that doesn't take place.
We're a city of, you know, nearly 60,000. I know you're not going to be able to interact one-on-one with every single resident. I guess so we're dealing with budget today, but maybe going forward, especially in the light of our Disney Way training, these are the kind of things I want to make sure that, you know, I don't think a reasonable, you know, resident taxpayer thinks that they should hear back from you in a day or even 2 days with a guarantee that we're on top of it. But I think we all want a level of confidence that it has been heard and will be addressed in due time. And I would, you know, like to put some thought into, like, do we have the staffing? Do you have the capacity? And we have a crazy amount of things going on. I think we all recognize that right now. So understood.
Okay.
But when a resident reaches out to us, I want to be able to say with confidence, we're on it, we understand, you should feel entitled to a certain level of service in Royal Oak, which is, I think, something we've been striving for, you know, a number of years.
I just want to pass the photos to.
You had something, Tom?
Denied.
No, I'm just kidding, go ahead.
It's going to end up
To me anyways. Might as well be today.
We have photographic evidence, so the many fine lawyers that are up here know that it's within the period as well. Okay, any other discussion on warranties? Sidewalk warranties? None? Okay. So that brings us to item number 8, Normandy Oaks design presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. We wanted to give you an update on where we're at with the Normandy Oaks design. We defined tonight's update as a 90% solution. We've gotten down to the details and decisions that affect costs. As expected, with the improvement in the economy, estimated prices initially have gone up. As we went through the design process, we reached an estimated project of $3.3 million. Presentation you see tonight, we've got that number back down closer to the $3 million and hopefully a little under. It was acknowledged from the start there was always going to be phases to this park. As we went through the design process, we focused on doing 80% of the park at 100%. And Mr. Huda and Mr. Ford will explain how we came to that. We also took a long view during the design process with a focus on the lifespan of the equipment and with an eye towards expansion as we in the additional phases. When we go to bid, there will be several alternates as part of the specs, so that if we find some additional money, we will be able to add those things back in depending on what the amount of the money is. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Huda and Mr. Ford to give an update on the presentation of where we stand at this time. Our intent is to go to bid at the end of this month so that we can maintain our timeline of trying to break ground this fall.
Gentlemen, welcome again.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Jeff Huda. I'm just going to do a brief introduction to kind of how we've gotten to this point. I know it's been a while since we've been before the commission. I believe our last meeting here was in March 26th. So at the conclusion of that meeting, you guys directed a design committee to work with the design professional team to advance the design to the point that we are right now. So in the last 10 weeks, we've met weekly with staff and the design committee. Design committee, obviously, Mr. Rassel, John Fideli, Matt Callahan, Lou Jocks, and Mike McGee. The last two gentlemen being staff, and I want to just reiterate how important that was to have staff that were going to be maintaining this facility a part of that design committee. I mean, they were really getting into the nuts and bolts of what we were designing to make sure that the connections, the bracketry, all of the things that were necessary to make this a project that was going to last and easy for them to maintain was very, very important and welcomed as part of the overall process. On May 3rd, we did have a presentation to the Parks Commission. I wasn't there. I know Bob was. Hopefully some of you were there as well. That presentation was what we considered the 50% presentation, or 50% complete. The idea for that meeting was to validate that we were on the right track, that the design elements that were being incorporated into the project were what was being expected, and more or less, again, validating that the direction that the design committee was providing to us through the process was the appropriate direction for the project. That meeting went very, very well. The Park Commission was very pleased with the progress of the work and the direction of the design. So since May 3rd, we've been moving forward to advance the construction documents to a 90% level. What we're asking for tonight is your approval to basically put this project out on the streets to obtain bids. As Mr. Rassel had pointed out, we did have some issues with controlling the cost. When we did the original master planning associated with this, we had a lot of ballpark numbers. Now that we got into the detailed design, we know that we were working with the actual vendors and getting into the nitty-gritty details of everything associated with the overall design. So what's being presented tonight, we believe, is going to be within the budget, appropriately so. As Mr. Rassel pointed out, we want to leave flexibility within the contract. So we want to have a designated alternate a part of the overall project, so that if bids come in a little bit above the projected budget, that we'd be able to accept a couple of alternates to get it back into budget. Or hopefully this is the case, that if bids come in really good, that we can afford a few more things. So we're designing for, again, probably a $3.3 million project from what our projection is. If things come in really, really well, then we'll be able to afford a few more things. So With that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob Ford. The primary aspect of this project is really this core, which is, you know, dealing with the splash pad, the playground structure, the pavilion structure. This is the marquee element of the project, and Bob's office has been responsible for the design of that element. The rest of it is parking lot and trails, which aren't quite as exciting for most people to really, I think most people can understand that aspect of it. So with that.
Jeff, and good evening. It's a pleasure to be before you again. I'd just like to remind everybody that this has been a community-driven project. We've had surveys that we went out to the community, over 2,000 people responded. We've had design workshops where we invited the community in. We had over 500 people attend. Many of you, the commissioners, were there and participated as well. So from that, we took the best of the best, and we've done our very best to put it into a meaningful form within this park. It's about a 30-acre park. So with that, if Jeff, you could bring up the first slide. This is the overall master plan that you see up in front of you. And it basically, there's 10 acres, which is in the south west portion of the, having trouble with that cursor, in the southwest portion. There it is. Yeah, you can just give it to me. Southwest portion is the 10 acre, which was taken out for the housing development. The rest of the park was designed with the parking basically on the west side next to the commercial areas, and trying to maintain some sort of a green buffer between the residential communities and the park activities. So with that, the core of the project you see is in the central portion of the western part of the site. There it is, right there. And we'll get into that in a minute. We have some soccer fields immediately to the east of that. And we have a trail system that goes around the entire perimeter of the park. And we also have what's called the east loop and the west loop, which we'll talk about a little bit more. In addition, down in that southeast, you see there's a series of blue lakes that are there, or ponds. Those are detention ponds that were created a year and a half ago. And then to the north, we were able to increase some of the water bodies in that area as well. And some of those areas are used to harvest some of the rainwater that we're going to be taking and funneling into the detention and retention ponds. And some of that will be used to irrigate the irrigation or the soccer fields. Okay, next slide. There's a delay. Okay. So this is the phase one of the project. And as you'll notice, there's only one soccer field that is proposed to be built. The core area is preserved that has a splash pad, a restroom pavilion, and what turned into a play sculpture or playscape, which is a ropes course. And it offers a little bit more challenge to some of the younger adults and children. We also, in Elks Park, which is to the east, have a playground there that will be retained. And there will be improvements to Elk Park in the future stages. Not so much, there's a couple minor ones that we're doing in this phase, but there might be some other funding sources that could address Elks Park in the future. Okay. So on this slide, it is the concept of where things are located. The active area is basically to the north, and the passive area is basically to the south, southeast in this case, and the core area, which is located to the west, again with that parking, trying to keep it away and keep that activity and any noise associated with it in that area that would be more against the industrial and commercial areas. Okay. This is generally the overall layout of phase one. It shows up a little bit better without all the color behind it, and it gives you an idea of the 200 space parking area to the west, the three areas in the core area, which we'll see again in a second, and then that shaded area that is the perimeter path. The perimeter path in the southwest, southeast and east and along the north side is a paved system, goes all the way around. And then there are certain sections of this which will be permeable or gravel in areas around where Jeff is pointing now. And then those sort of little pathways in the center, those would be mowed areas where people can walk on the turf. And then you'll notice also on the east side that there is an amphitheater, a sledding hill that's created there. Could be used as an amphitheater, outdoor natural amphitheater as well. But it's mainly designed for winter sledding. Now, it's not a huge hill. It's about 18 feet in height. So it is meant more for the young adults. It's not necessarily meant as a thrill ride that you would get at some of the ski resorts, but it certainly allows outdoor winter activity. Yes?
I believe you meant young children, not young adults.
Young children, yeah, young children. I say young adults. Sorry about that. I suppose there'll be some adults that'll act pretty young that'll be out there too. Okay, this is the core area. On the south of this drawing, you'll notice there's a structure there that is the restroom and the pavilion. It's a restroom pavilion combination. It's consolidated. It can handle up to 75, upwards to 100 people at any one of them. So you'll be able to get maximum seating capacity within that. In the center area around that circle, you'll notice that there's a shaded area. So that's the ropes course. That whole circle is the ropes course that's in there. And it's a combination play area and rope escape play apparatus. The shaded area is the phase 1. The unshaded area of that circle is phase 2. So in this particular case, we were able to get bids on that project that are locked in and guaranteed within the $200,000 limit. So we're pretty well guaranteed of that price and for that project to go forward within this overall project. And then you'll notice in the northern part of that is the splash pad. So the sort of square area is all concrete, and it will have tables and chairs within it. It will have concrete. It will also have synthetic grass, and it'll also have all of the play features inside that figure 8. There's a series of loop paths here, which will be paved, linking everything together. There's a central courtyard, which is right in the center of all 3 of those features. And there is a pavilion that is immediately to the north of this area, which is a smaller pavilion, but it can accommodate up to 30 to 40 people in that area as well. And then there's the pathways that link to the parking lot and also outwards to the soccer fields, into the trailways. Okay? Let's look at the splash pad for a second. This is the overall shape of it. Of course, it sort of gives you an idea of what's there and how many features are involved in that. We'll get a closer view here in just a second. Okay. This gives you an idea of what will happen. You'll notice that there's a series of components there. When you press one of the large buttons on the components, it starts a circuit, which is a water circuit. So certain features will be activated once you physically press the button on a pedestal, and that activates it. Once that circuit is done, you press another pedestal and a separate circuit comes on. And of course, we have the large bucket that's on top, which fills with water and dumps every 15 minutes. And a lot of the kids really enjoy that. They wait in anticipation. They may not do anything else, but they'll be underneath that bucket when it dumps. So that's a pretty special feature in and of itself. Okay? This is the housing of the mechanical area. It will be fenced, and it sits off to the side of that area that you just saw. Okay? These are the components you see in the upper left, that is the button that the children will press, so they activate it themselves. And then you have a variety of features here that each child will wander through. They'll get sprayed, they'll be sprayed, they'll splash each other. They're going to have a pretty good time. Mm-hmm. More features. You can see that we get some that are high, some that are low, some that you run through. So you're guaranteed to get wet. And finally, there's some other features here. The kids are having some fun with those as well. Mm-hmm. Just gives you a pretty good idea. Some of them twist and turn and spray in all directions. The playground, we have equipment that can occupy 35 to 40 children at a time. And then once you include phase 2, you're getting close to 100 children that this could occupy at any one time. So this is the overall composite of all of the different rope courses and slides and things that they have involved. It's broken into 2 separate phases.
The ones on the top are basically Phase 1, and the ones on the bottom are basically Phase 2. Okay? This gives you some three-dimensional drawings here that gives you an idea of what Phase 1 will look like. That would be the one pretty much on the left-hand side and toward the back. The large slide would go in, all of the netting would go in the top. And some of these areas, you can literally climb up to them, get in some of these spaces. There's little platforms where you can sort of nestle in there. And it becomes sort of a social component in addition to upper body strength and agility and the thrill, of course, of going down slides at that height. Okay? This gives you another perspective. The DNA helix would be in Phase 2. That's off to the left as some of the other components in the foreground. Okay? This gives you an idea of what $200,000 buy in terms of playground equipment. So that those are the components that would be in Phase 1, including the bridge. And those are the components that would be in Phase 2 to be a future phase. And I apologize, but let's see, where are we at? The video, apparently we do not have the capacity here to run the video, but it basically was to explore the netting and show children how they interact with it. Okay. And now we'll move on to the pavilion restroom building combination. Okay. These are elevational views of what it would look like. We went with a gable roof across both, so it forms a intersection, so you can see a gable on just about every side except for the back side. Okay. This is the floor plan. On the right, you see the layout for the toilet facilities, and there's also a central storage room with doors that are locked, but allow maintenance staff to get in there, store things. That was where some of your panels and equipment will be located. And then towards the far right are two individual family restrooms. So you have plenty of facilities there. And then you can see the amount of picnic tables that are lined up under the pavilion. You could probably get a few more in there if you wanted to condense things, but that's a pretty custom, pretty standard layout there. Okay. This gives you a three-dimensional view of not only the restroom and the pavilion, but also of the gateway that will celebrate the entry to the core area of the park. This is what you'll see as you come from the parking lot and you move towards the core area with the restroom pavilion to the right, the rope playground in the back, and the splash pad be off to the left. Okay. This just gives you another view. And now the west parking is 210 spaces that's being proposed. It's in this location. So it gives you an idea of where it's situated and how it will function. We have access off of Delmare, and we have also access off of Nakota. Those would be the two primary exits, entry and exits for that parking lot. We also have parking that's going to be expanded down at Elks Park at the same time. Okay. And in between the parking lot and the core area will be a series of bioretention or rain gardens, if you will, that will help filter water and take out pollutants from the parking lot. And it will also filter and eventually work its way into the detention retention pond where we can use some of that clean water for irrigation. And then the cost analysis. And Jeff, you want to take this?
Cost analysis, and you do have a hard copy of that available to you. It's probably easier to look at that than to necessarily look at the screen. We tried to carry the same elements that within the cost estimate that we have through the entire process. That way you get an idea of some of the things that maybe weren't included in Phase 1, items that were cut out, or items that may have been pared back a little bit to get this within budget. The first component of this, as Bob alluded to, Elks Park. We know that the city is pursuing grants to do rehabilitation of that park. The majority of the work in Elks Park has been eliminated to preserve budget for the Normandy Oaks Park. The component that still is in there that you see, which is the $19,000, is really some connecting walkways. We want to be able to get people through Elks Park into Normandy Oaks Park, so that element of it is still within that. As I alluded to earlier, there was a tremendous amount of discussion in getting into the nitty-gritty details with respect to staff and maintenance and things. So they were very, very particular in the type of synthetic grasses that we were going to, or lawn or hardscape that was going to be going in. The types of connections, as I mentioned before. When we looked at the circulation system and understanding how that was going to be functioning, there was very, very particular about how easy that was going to be maintained, exactly where they were going to park their vehicle to unload the chemicals that were needed to be able to do the maintenance and clean the water and things of that nature. So again, a big, tremendous help from that standpoint. Without getting into all of the line by line, it'd be too complicated to do that at this point. We have brought this project into a budget which is standing right now at just under $3 million. That does provide for a $200,000 contingency is built into that, so we do have some level to protect the overall project as it goes forward. Outside of that, everything that we had really talked about previously, I think we hit on all of the, and I say we collectively as a team, all of the important things that Bob had pointed out when we went through the entire public engagement component of this. We had a list of 1 through 10, 1 through 11 that we really wanted to try to incorporate into this project, and for the most part, everything is still in there. So I think overall, unless you guys have any questions, I'm sure you do. Again, our goal tonight is to get your approval to move forward with bidding the project. So,
any questions for Mr. Huda or Mr. Ford? Commissioner Macey?
The storage that's in the pavilion, is there another storage shed, or is that it for the storage?
no, there is a second storage, like a garage, where we're going to be parking lawn equipment and things of that nature.
Okay, so what goes in the pavilion storage shed?
Probably more equipment related, maybe related to the soccer fields, things of that nature.
Okay. It's just, it looks so big, I was wondering if we could steal some of that back for a changing room, or some more changing area, because there's going to be the splash pad right there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just thinking about that when I saw that. Sorry. And what's the size of the courtyard where everything meets? Like that little square, the colored square you have, how big is that? Would that be a place we could put like a little art installation that kids could climb on?
I don't see why not. It's a concrete area. It's a pretty big space. It's probably around 50 by 50 in terms of square footage. And in the center is a colorful sort of pattern that's there, just sort of greeting people, letting them know that they have arrived. As far as art goes throughout the park, there's a number of areas that you could do something like that if you're thinking of sculpture or something of that nature.
Okay. The parking lot in the last picture, it looks like it spans that whole area, but I thought in phase one we're not doing the whole piece.
Right now in phase one, the entire parking lot is included.
Okay. Okay, and this is just hit me now that the grass is here and I'm worried about ticks. Those mown pathways that we have, how wide are they, and what are they mown between? Is it just grass? Because I think we had talked about doing some habitat restoration there, but I'm not sure if that remained in the budget.
Yeah, the habitat restoration was something that we really needed to use those funds to be able to afford the core area. So what was decided, at least recommended at the design committee level, was that allow that area to continue to go fallow, but basically just have a mowed pathway through there. So it's indeterminate how wide that necessarily needs to be. It's really more of a staff decision, I think, at this point. I think our idea was to just make sure that we have some form of this is where you're supposed to walk and this is where you're not supposed to walk kind of an element to it.
Okay, and how much would it cost to have a taller, like if we got some more money somewhere, how much would a taller sledding hill cost? And is it already designed such that it can't be taller, or is that something that could be modified?
Yeah, I think we're pretty much, based on the area that we have there, we're pretty much at the maximum height. I mean, if we can go up a couple of more feet, that might be possible, but we're really not getting anything else gaining from that. There's design criteria that Bob could get into that we need to adhere to, and the higher we go, the longer the run out, and then we start impacting the soccer field. So we're really pretty maxed out in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on a question that Commissioner Macey asked with regard to the parking. My recollection is we were thinking in terms of paving part of the parking at this time, but not the entire area at this time. And when you said we're doing the entire thing, are you anticipating paving the entire portion or leaving some portion with a permeable surface?
Right now, everything is proposed to be final paved, without having to go back out there. And I should have said this earlier, I think one of the most important, we talked about these deductive alternates. To us, a part of that parking lot is going to be a part of that deductive alternate. We can, if we're $100,000 over budget, we can take a lot of, some of that parking lot out and still preserve the more important elements of the overall park plan. So I think the overall capacity of what's needed to support that core area, we need those parking spaces. But again, if we're over budget, then we'll just pare that back and reduce the number of parking spaces to help bring this thing in budget.
Commissioner Dubuck?
The prices you've shown us here, those are just based on kind of like the going market rates? Is that my understanding? Comparisons for what other municipalities have done for similar projects?
Well, there's not a lot of similar projects out there. This is definitely unique in comparison, but yes, it's based on our experience and what we've seen. Certainly, we know parking lot costs and trail costs and a lot of those things. In this particular case, we're working with the vendors for the splash pad and the rope course, play area, playground area. Those are pretty well fixed numbers. We know what those are because the type of vendors that we're dealing with are actually the ones that are helping us with the design. The things that I think are a little bit more up in the air, when we start looking at structures, the pavilion structure, that's a pretty big structure. Right now, we have a $350,000 budget associated with that. We've done a few of those, and we feel that our numbers are definitely appropriate, but the construction, we're bidding this in July, it's just hard to say, project exactly where those things are coming in. Construction materials have really gone through the roof this year, but
sure.
We feel between that, the contingency, hopefully we come in within a awardable budget.
So, I mean, do you feel that the numbers you have here, are we leaning a little bit more conservatively? I don't want to, what are the odds that we bid out and the numbers come back through the roof? Residents have been waiting for 4 years for this. It was 4 years ago, 75% of Royal Oakers voted to make this happen. And I'm wondering, do we feel like we're on target? And also, when we look at bidding these things, is it the kind of thing where we'd be taking multiple bids for different pieces, or would we be looking for one contractor to take on all the construction as far as facilities and pushing dirt around? Would it be one general contractor that puts in a bid for this entire project? I'm just curious how that, in your vision, would work.
It's our intent that we'd have one general contractor oversee everything. There's components that the city will contract separately for the splash pad and for the ropes course, because that's you guys get a pretty big discount by doing that. So there'll be some coordination clause in there to make that happen, to make sure everybody's coordinating. So for example, the general contractor will be responsible for doing all the underground plumbing to the splash pad, providing the service to it, and then the splash pad folks will come in and do all the rest of the work. That's what they do. And I forget the first part of your first question. Oh, the unit prices. There's two trains of thought there with respect to unit prices, and we don't like to add a huge contingency in there. It doesn't do anybody any good to overinflate and have everybody coming in at 20% below engineer's estimate all the time. What we feel and what we like to do is we'd like to give you guys what we believe at the time a realistic number, so that you can do a comparison to say, if the bids come in much higher, then there's a reason, and you guys understand that if you're going to accept those bids, that you're paying a premium. I think it's important for you guys to acknowledge that and understand that component of it. I really don't advocate for the philosophy of having a lot of contingency built into there, and then everybody looks good because it comes in 20% below budget, and I don't think that's the right way to design.
I appreciate that. So we're thinking
We're close.
probably no...
5-10%.
All right, so no pleasant surprises, but no insane sticker shock either in all likelihood is what we're gunning for.
I can't predict what's going to happen out there, but our hope is that our numbers are pretty good. I mean, we do a lot of this, and I think we're on target.
And I'm curious if, assume it would be up to this body, but based on, the work that you've done with gathering the community input and looking at community priorities, if things come in higher than we have ready to budget, do you have a list of recommendations of what should come out? Would that be a conversation for us to have here?
Well, we discussed items that we would scale back. So when we come back to award the contract or award the bid, we would explain to you what decisions were made as far as which items did not make the cut and why we chose to knock those items out.
Gotcha. I didn't want to dig into that too much because we're going to do this just like this, and it's going to be awesome.
That's right.
Right.
Commissioner Gibbs.
I just had one question, or maybe to clarify something you said to Commissioner Lavasser. You said that depending on the budget, we could scale back, or you would scale back on the parking spots in the parking lot. Did you mean the paved parking spots, and maybe we would have, I'm concerned with reducing parking. That's a concern all over Royal Oak, but you're smiling and nodding. But, I mean, there's gonna be the splash pad and soccer fields. We can't, and we don't wanna be burdening the neighborhood with cars parking all over the streets.
No, absolutely. I think there's a couple of measures there, and, maybe it's eliminating the asphalt in the last third and having a gravel area, and, that's just not parked on much, or, there's a lot of different cut strategy. The second pavilion structure, to me, is low-hanging fruit. It's a $50,000 item, it's something that easily could be added later on in the next phase of work. Do you have to have that to open up the park? Is it going to really diminish? To us, we've always been focusing on the core of the park. The core of the park really is what needs to be held together here. This is what is the important element of this park. So anything outside the core really is on the table with respect to, being able to cut costs or save some money. We had originally in the budget, if you go back to the original presentation, we had $100,000 set up for landscaping berms along the Robertson Brothers development. All that's gone, so we were able to find areas where we could, get the money back to get the project back within the budget. So I think everything that we've heard to date is really incorporated into this. I think there's been a tremendous number of great recommendations all across the board. All of those recommendations have been incorporated into this. We truly believe that. So.
Commissioner Lavasser.
Just getting back to that parking area, I think my sentiments, I don't know if my colleagues join me here, but I would probably be inclined to try to save a little bit of money on that parking area, not necessarily pave it all, have some portion of it gravel or other permeable surface, and save some funds for some items that may be on the phase 2. So I certainly would want to know what type of numbers we'd be looking at, what potentially we could save, so that potentially could be applied to phase 2.
Certainly, we could bid the asphalt surface for that last third as an alternate to the contract. That when we come back to you with a bid recommendation, that final decision could be made as to which direction you want to go.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Johnson.
Because it was mentioned several times, I would point out to the commission that gravel doesn't meet our zoning ordinance, so we'd have to amend the zoning ordinance to allow a gravel parking lot.
But it could be grass. Could just leave it grass.
It has to be a hard surface, is what the zoning ordinance says.
Just in the original plan, if you look on page something, parking lot only goes this far, and then there's grass, which you could technically park on if you were playing soccer, but.
If we were to do that, we'd have to amend the ordinance. Otherwise, we'd be parking cars in violation of our own ordinance.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
We'll know a lot more when the bids come in. We'll be back in front of you and going over it in detail. Thank you so much.
We appreciate your efforts in coming in. Commissioner DeBuck, is another comment, question?
Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
I was going to move for the resolution.
Yeah, thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner DeBuck, supported by Commissioner Macey. Discussion?
Yeah, I think I think there's a little bit of selective memory on the part of some folks that as far as the catalyst for this project from 4 years ago, where we had a public golf course there that was tremendously underutilized, and it was losing money. And most people in the city were not accessing this big, beautiful green space. So we opened it up to the public and asked the public, do we want to sell off a portion of this to build a brand-new park in Royal Oak? And 75% of Royal Oakers said, yes, let's do that. So this commission didn't just up and decide to build a new park. We asked the residents, 75% said yes, sell that portion. We're using the proceeds from that sale to build this park. I believe this is within our budget. We're going to use the tax revenues from the new homes there, which actually don't count against our headlight cap because it's a new development to run this park. So I think what we've done here is, one, completely aligned with the direction we've been given by residents, and two, completely fiscally responsible. And that's not even talking about the added value to our community and property values that this park is going to bring. So this is really exciting that finally, nearly 4 years later, we're seeing a real proposal. We're going to be taking in bids. We're going to be building this park. And I think it's something that residents are going to celebrate for a long time to come. So happy to move this thing forward today.
Other discussion? Yeah, if you look at the timeline, a year from now, we're going to be taking our families to the splash pad and having a little fun. This is really moving into fifth gear here, and we appreciate the help of our staff. We appreciate the help of our landscape architects, Mr. Ford, Mr. Huda. You guys have done an amazing job. And of course, it'd be remiss if we didn't thank the community for all of their involvement when we went to the charrettes and design phase of this. So an amazing process, and we're almost there. We're turning the corner, and I'm very eager to see what the bids come in at and get this thing cooking. So thank you so much. All right. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, this brings us to item number 9, the public hearing and adoption of the fiscal year 2018 and 19 budget and General Appropriations Act. Ms. Rudd.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. This is a request for the City Commission to conduct a public hearing. The resolution that is included in your agenda this evening differs in a few areas from the resolution that was provided back in May prior to the budget workshops. And I would just like to take a minute to go over those small changes. The first, $2,500 has been removed from the general fund for the recycling receptacles. That has, we will expend that out of the solid waste fund instead. We moved $20,000 that was in the general fund for employee events to Roots. That will be funded with Beaumont Hospital donations. Next, $5,000 has been added as a transfer out of the general fund to the Roots Fund, and that's for a the residential artists program that was brought up at the work session. And then also finally, the DDA millage. The original resolution had it at 1.6022, and that needs to be changed to 1.6021 due to a rounding change.
We have any questions for Ms. Rudd first on any of the changes? Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, one of the things I talked about at the budget session was the need for a new roof on the animal shelter or repairs to the animal shelter, and I wonder if that's been incorporated into our budget.
This budget resolution before you, no, it has not.
And what do we have to do to make that happen, Mr. Johnson?
Well, at this point, the best way to deal with that would be to ask us to get a good, solid price estimate out of it, possibly even bids, and then make a budget adjustment to do it with.
And what's a good time for us to make that, take that action?
You could take that action tonight if you'd like to.
In what I mean, do we, because we have a number of standard resolutions here,
Yeah,
should we make?
that would be separate from the resolutions that we provided. It would just be an additional resolution directing administration to get prices on what it will cost to replace the roof at the animal shelter.
So after we've gone through the standard resolutions, I will introduce that motion.
Or before, if you wanted to do it now.
Then I'll do it now. I would like to make a motion directing the staff to get a price estimate on repairing the roof of the animal shelter with the anticipation that we would take the funds out of our reserves to pay for it.
Motion by Commissioner Douglas, supported by Commissioner Lavasser. Discussion? Commissioner Macey?
Can we do this before the public hearing? Or?
Well, it's not part of the public hearing. It's not part of the budget. It's just directing staff to get us some pricing information, some bids. Good question, though. Any other discussion? Okay, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Clear direction, Mr. Johnson? Very good. Okay, that brings us back to the discussion before we open up the public hearing. Do you have any questions for Ms. Rudd? Additional questions on any of the changes? Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. The same rules apply as public comment. You have 3 minutes. There's a timer at the podium. Is there anyone here to speak tonight at this public hearing? All right, we'll close the public hearing, bring the discussion back here to the side of the table. Ms. Rudd, can you walk us through how you want us to go through this as far as each resolution is concerned? You just want us to go one by one?
Do you have a preference?
Yes, we need to approve each of the resolutions separately.
Okay.
And actually, the one that says General Appropriations Act is the first, is resolution number 0.
Okay.
But it needs to be approved as well.
We've done this. I've done it 7 times, and I just always want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any questions or comments before we go into the resolutions? I'll walk you through the resolutions.
You want to start with the first one, walk us through, and then we'll see if there's a motion on the table for that one.
The first is the labeled General Appropriations Act. It does not have a number on it. It's basically just stating that this and the following 9 resolutions constitute the City of Royal Oak's General Appropriations Act for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2018 and ending June 30th, 2019.
Commissioner Douglas.
I'll move the resolution for general appropriations.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas, second by Commissioner Dubuck. Discussion? All right, Commissioner Lavasser.
I think I'd like to get some clarification. My understanding is we're currently budgeted, or we're anticipating an ending balance of $13 million or thereabouts after this fiscal year.
I'll turn to the Finance Director for that.
Specifically for the general fund?
Specifically for the general fund.
The estimated after, when you say this year, the current year that we're in,
For this fiscal year that we're looking at.
For the year we're budgeting.
for the 18-19, that's correct, about 13.1.
All right, and my understanding is that that's roughly 31% of our general fund expenditures. My understanding, I believe one of our commentators tonight, public speakers, indicate that we have some policies that indicate that we should fall somewhere in the 10% to max out at 25%, but we're at 31%. So I'm concerned that may be too large of a balance, that we may be taxing people more than we need to. Is this dedicated or being held back in anticipation of some significant expense in the future?
Yeah, if you look at the forecast, like, we are using about 5.3 million next year in the, if things go as budgeted next year. Then if you look at the forecast, there's an annual use of fund balance as well.
The 5.3 million is from, it gets us to 13 million, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
All right, so even after that 5.3 million, we're at a $13 million surplus, 31% of the expenditures for the general fund.
Correct. The year after, where we have it goes down to about, sorry, not the year after, at the end of the forecast, to about 23.8%.
Okay. Now those funds are invested in short-term investments, if I understand correctly?
Correct.
And if I understand correctly from some emails we exchanged, right now, we're about 2.35% rate of return on those funds, if I understand correctly.
That's on the higher end.
2.35 is the most recent. A year ago, would have been like 1.35 or something like that.
Some of the most recent investments were in that range.
Okay. All right. I have some amendments to make to this resolution. There are actually two amendments. And whether that should be two separate motions or one, I'll defer to the city attorney. But one of them would be to amend this resolution to take 2.5 million of the fund balance and dedicate that toward the public safety pension funds. We're currently $59 million behind on those funds.
Point of order, Mayor. I'm sorry, Commissioner, but we have a motion on the floor regarding the General Appropriations Act, and the language has nothing to do with how money is allocated. I believe your issues are more related to resolution number 1.
I agree. Unless there's disagreement among staff.
I would agree with that, too.
So Commissioner Lavasser, do you want to make those amendments under resolution number 1 when we get to that one? This first resolution here, resolution 0, so to speak.
Resolution 0. I got you.
Yeah.
All right. That's fine.
Okay. All right. So, as a point of order,
Technically, it's supposed to be voted on.
yes, but as a point of order, do we have a motion on the table?
Yes.
Melanie House, okay.
I don't know if we have a second, though.
I don't know if we had a second. I think we had a motion.
We did?
No.
Kyle did. No, he didn't?
Yeah.
That's what I heard. Okay.
Oh, wait, general appropriations, I seconded. I
Yes.
thought you meant the amendment. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, I seconded
Okay,
the general appropriation.
All right, I didn't write it down.
So it can be withdrawn with no second, right?
No, we got a second,
seconded.
according
Okay.
to City Clerk Hallis. Okay, so motion on the table. Is there any further discussion on this General Appropriations Act motion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you're going to continue to walk us through resolution number 1.
Okay, resolution number 1 is the one that actually establishes the budget for each fund, as indicated. We show you the budget for each of the budgeted funds: the general fund, major streets, local streets, public safety, publicity tax, solid waste, brownfield, DDA, both funds there, the development fund, the operating fund, library millage, community development block grant, state construction code, roots fund, senior services fund, animal shelter fund, police grants fund, and the miscellaneous grants fund.
Have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Or Ms. Rudd?
Just to be clear.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Thank you. We're not voting on the millages at this point, just to be clear.
No, that's later.
Already?
No, that's later.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Any motions? Commissioner Macey?
I'll move to approve this resolution with an amendment. So Commissioner Lavasser got me started already, but I'm going to propose instead investing in our parks. And I'd like to apologize to Ms. Rudd and to the commission and to the residents for not bringing this up in the budget meetings themselves. My mistake. This is my first time doing the budget process, and I had some misunderstandings about how it would work. I thought that department heads would kind of ask for as much as they thought that they could possibly want, and then it would be pared down a little bit by the city manager, and we did see some instances where that was the case within the budget. It came to my attention recently because of the state of the parks and the mowing of the parks. And there's all this, people were asking what's wrong with the parks, and the grass was very high, and we were told you can't get the equipment out there because it's too wet and the equipment will sink in. And then the rain ended and 2 weeks passed and we still weren't caught up. And then we get another email saying, well, there was the rain, and then we just don't have the staffing to catch up after the rain happens like that. And that's when the light bulb came on for me, and I started to put the pieces together. And at the last Parks and Rec meeting, I was trying to get the Parks and Rec the Parks and Rec board to send a recommendation to this body for increased funding for another full-time employee for the Parks and Forestry section. And at that meeting, that's where it became clear to me that Mr. Johnson was of the opinion that we didn't need another person in Parks and Forestry. And I sort of began to understand that if your boss is telling you you don't need this, probably you're not going to ask for it. So I apologize, and where I messed up was I wasn't looking beyond that. But the light bulb went off for me because it wasn't just the mowing at the beginning of the spring. It's the mowing all year round. It's the collection of the garbage refuse from the parks. Sometimes it piles up. There's the spring and fall cleanups that we ask the citizens to do and then aren't completed. There's the mulch that doesn't get placed on the playgrounds every year. There's the deteriorating playgrounds. Essentially, we're not adequately investing in our parks. And so I've started to do a lot of research and look back into it. And we look back to the budget. We once had 16 employees in Parks and Forestry. And then about 15 years ago, things started to go badly financially in the city. There was Headley and Prop A. There was the drop in the shared revenue from the state. And there were some bad decisions made by this body about the obligations that we had and whether or not we were going to be fulfilling those. Michigan had the recession early. And then the whole economy fell off a cliff, and suddenly we were in trouble. So we cut back to the bare bones in all of our departments, and Parks and Forestry was perhaps the worst. At one point, they were at 2 employees. And I understand why we did that, and it was a good thing and necessary at the time, and I'm glad we had a good financial manager to get us through that pretty scary time if you read back through the budget documents. But times have changed, and we're in a better position now, and we're basically on the other side. And the reason I know is because we are now investing in lots of things. We're investing in our downtown. We are investing in employees, but they're mostly on the administrative side, and we just have not built our Parks and Forestry back up, and it is a problem. We have, as Commissioner Lavasser pointed out, an extremely healthy fund balance. We're doing things that we weren't able to do before. We're correcting our books with our catch-up depreciation. We're adding positions in administrative, but we're not taking care of the parks. And this is, so if you look back in our 2007-08 budget, it says we've been striving to maintain same level of service despite decreasing from 70 to 54 the total number of employees in Public Works, and examples of areas where we've had a reduction are trimming of trees. We just don't do it anymore. Mowing, we only do the open areas on the 2-week cycle and then have to get to the other areas. The tree removal, playground fall zones, backstops and fence repair. And so you might think that after that we would have had more employees, but in fact we have 1 fewer than that year. In the 2013 and 2014 budgets, it says, spring and fall are very difficult times to keep up with the grass cutting. In the 14 letter, it's been our practice to minimally fund park maintenance in the general fund and to require recreation programs to be completely self-sustaining. Again, there was a time for this austerity, but the time is not now. And it is a real need that we have, and the question is, how do we fund it? And the answer is an easy one, because we have the money. As has been pointed out now several times tonight, we are violating our own budget policy with the amount of general fund that we are keeping, our general fund balance. So if you don't include the public safety pull down of it, it's 31-ish%. And if you do include it, it's 25.5%. And we're trying to keep between 10 and 25% of our expenditures. So looking at those numbers, I'm happy to go with the 25.5%. That gives me about $100,000, thank you, that could go towards our parks. And I'd like to say, so the concern about that was mentioned that the fund balance is going to continue to diminish. It's going to go down over time. If you look back through the budgets, we have wildly underestimated that every year. So one year we thought it was going to go to 14% and actually was at 38%. So our fund balance has continued to grow, and there was a reason for that in the past few years. We needed a healthy fund balance because we knew we were going to be doing this investment in our downtown, but That's not where we are now. Now we're at a place where we should be following our own policies and maintaining the services that people are asking for in our city. It's extremely reasonable. So with my $212,000, what I would like to do is I'd like to add a full-time employee to Parks and Forestry. That's $80,000. And then I'd like to do some of the things that's in our Parks Master Plan that we've been neglecting. So again, and from Mr. Johnson's letter, well, I don't know what it is, but it said somewhere that in his time here, the only things he can remember investing in our parks to improve were when we reclaimed play equipment from the former schools. So, and it's true, when we go back through our master plan, we're looking for grants. And of course, that's the wise thing to do, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be investing some of our own money in these parks as well. So in addition to the full-time employee, I think we should resurface our basketball equipment of 2 basketball courts. This was in the master plan. It's the only area of sports equipment where we are not at the correct amount for a city of our size. And it wasn't something that was greatly requested, so I'm not suggesting that we increase the basketball, but we do know that we have some basketball courts that are in bad repair, and I think $20,000 isn't too much to ask. $40,000 again from the Parks Master Plan for FIBAR. Where'd Mr. Russell go? Which is for, it's like manufactured mulch for the playgrounds. $45,000 for Fulton Park, new play equipment that was supposed to happen at the same time as Kenwood, which is on this year's budget. $10,000 towards the senior center outdoor improvements. There's a larger number in the budget, but I didn't put it all in there. And then also $2,000 to put ping pong tables in the senior center. I assumed we had some, it turns out we don't. And then also, I would think it would be nice to have a karaoke machine in the senior center, so I have $500 for that. And then I have $500 for bingo prizes, again, for the senior center. So I think, and then $5,000 for the Mark Twain Park. So I think that puts me about $200,000, which puts me still underneath my $212,000 that I would, $212,000, sorry. That we would have from being over the budget would put us squarely in the 10 to 25% range. So I'm going to start the easy way with a motion for 1 additional full-time employee in Parks and Forestry, and then I will see if I get a second and make amendments for the rest.
We have a motion by Commissioner Macey for
1 additional
full-time employee in Parks and Recreation. Is there a second?
Just to be clear, are we talking about an amendment to the motion, or are we talking about this is the motion with this amendment to it?
I think you're my understanding, and I only have the capacity to remember for a couple minutes in detail of a lengthy speech. My understanding is you're moving forward with resolution number 1 with amendments, and the first amendment you want to make is to, okay, so we have to get resolution number 1 on the table first, and then we can make the amendment. Or you can make resolution number 1 with the singular amendment.
Okay, no, you're right. Let's do it the first way.
Since she is the original maker, she can do it either way.
Right. You have a choice.
Okay, well, let's make the motion for the resolution itself, and then my amendment is the second one. I'll repeat the speech if you guys would like. No, all
We
right.
got video. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Macey on the table to move resolution number 1 forward. Is there a second? We have a second by Commissioner Dubuck. Commissioner Macey.
Well, I'm just kidding. I'd like to make an amendment to add a full-time employee to Parks and Forestry.
Okay, we have an amendment by Commissioner Macey to that resolution number 1 to add a full-time equivalent to Parks and Recreation Forestry.
In addition to all the other things that you listed?
No,
So I was going to do that next.
Okay.
So this is just the first amendment to add a head count. Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Commissioner Lavasser. Discussion. Commissioner Macey, you want to talk more about it?
Well, I just would like to say that I would be curious to hear the people who are not in favor of this, what their reasons would be.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Sure.
You know, I appreciate the sentiment and that we should always be striving to do more in our parks. And in fact, we have, in spite of, Commissioner Macey's lack of recognition of, I think we've done at least a dozen play structure improvements over the last 5 years. I believe Mr. Rassel has hired at least 6 additional staff over the last 3 budget cycles. Mr. Rassel, can you verify? How many additional staff have we brought on in the last, say, 6 years?
We've gone from a low of 45 back up to 53 full-time employees.
Okay.
How many of those were in Parks and Forestry?
I believe 3. I think we're up to 5 people assigned to Parks and Forestry now. And nobody is totally assigned into one budget item because in the Department of Public Service, everyone is spread across about 4 different funds.
Right, everyone charges time based on what they're doing.
They work.
And I think it's very important to recognize that the DPS workers in our city do literally everything. They trim the trees, they maintain the parks, they fix water main breaks, they're the ones that plow the streets. It is an essential department, and for several budget cycles, restaffing them after the critical low that we reached after the 2008 crash and the budget pinch that came even before that, we had made a strategic initiative to restore some staffing, and that remains one and should be one, and I don't think should be an 11th hour addition to the budget without any conversation with Parks and Rec, who I believe this was proposed to last week, and Parks and Rec voted it down, this recommendation. I believe that there is not a recommendation on the table from our DPS director or from our city manager. I am very happy to have the conversation, but especially if we're committing ourselves to a new full-time employee, you can't just look at fund balance because it's not one-time dollars. It's about cash in, cash out. And so unless you have the funding stream, which fund balance is not a funding stream, unless you can guarantee you have that funding stream, it's irresponsible to bring on a new employee who you might have to lay off in a couple of years because revenues go down, because property taxes go down, or we have some other crisis that we have to deal with. The one-time expenditures I'm willing to consider, but I think that should be part of a broader conversation about where's the best place to put those dollars. Where do we get the biggest bang for our buck? What do our residents really, really want? What do they benefit from? I would love to have a list of all the awesome things I would like to do in our community, but that's not my job. I mean, every day when I'm at a soccer game or at Keller or talking to neighbors, people can name things that we should spend money on. And I would love to spend money on literally everything everyone tells me to do, but that's not what this is. And to just tack it on because, one, I'm sure it'd be tremendously politically popular to say we're going to spend money on these things, but without having a real conversation about what does that mean for the budget, what does that mean for fund balance, is this the best use of those dollars for our residents? I don't think it's reasonable just to throw it out there, particularly when it comes to adding staff that we are not confident, our city manager, our budget manager, our DPS director is not confident that we can maintain over time. So that's why I can't support this.
Other comments? Commissioner Macey?
So we have added 10 administrative positions with no revenue stream for those at this, and over that course of time, I'm looking at the budget, page 37. Since 2012, it says Parks and Forestry, 77777777. That says, what's what it says, how many, and I understand that there's billing across places, but there is, I guess I should have mentioned that in the Parks Master Plan, one of the major things that came across is that our residents are complaining about parks maintenance constantly. 77% of the people who were surveyed said that improving parks maintenance was very important. That's what they listed as very important. And when asked if they wanted new parks, they said, no, please maintain the parks we have. And yet we're adding another 41 acres of parks and not adding any staff to cover it at the same time. And so we also have in our budget $100,000 for a drug court officer that we don't even think we're going to need. It's going to be a grant that we're going to receive for that. But even if it did, where's it coming out of? It's coming out of the fund balance. So everything, all of the staff we've added over time. So saying that we don't want to do that for Parks and Forestry when our fund balance is so healthy that it is in fact violating our own policy on the fund balance. Do you have another way you want to spend this money? It's going to continue to go. It's going to continue to be in the range, well in the range for the foreseeable future. So saying that we don't have this money is just disingenuous. And saying that you don't see a need with the parks, I can't believe it.
Well, just a couple points of correction. I do want to make sure, Commissioner Macey, that you do know that, when the Normandy Oaks, we are investing in that park. We are investing $3.5 million. And the incremental tax revenue from those homes, previous commission that Commissioner Dubuck and I and Commissioner Douglas were part of did vote to earmark those for the maintenance of that park. That doesn't fall into this fiscal year budget, okay? The park won't be completed until pretty much till June of next year, which is the next year fiscal budget. So we got to make sure if we're saying that we're not investing in, incremental overhead for the maintenance of a new park, we're not diluting it by any means. We will have the funds that we've earmarked for the maintenance of that park, which, is some people and some stuff, I'd also, just like to remind you too, I just want to make sure, yes, we had some long grass in the spring. We had the 5th wettest spring we've had in a while. But I think it's a little bit reckless to say that this commission, this body, the staff here hasn't made recommendations to invest in our parks over the last number of years. I think the people of Dondero Park would disagree with the new, awesome, amazing baseball field there. I think the people that received a couple new play structures at Star JC would disagree. I think the pickleball installations in the parking lots supported at Whittier Park would disagree that we haven't invested. I think that the people that are seeing the benefits that we're putting into the golf course, and numerous other facilities, the ball fields at Memorial Park, Borden Park is getting some new lights for nighttime activities. So I just want to make sure it's not an abysmal situation. We're a municipal government, okay? And so when we get hit hard by a Great Recession, it's going to take years, if not a decade plus, to inch our way out of these situations. I'd also, I don't know what surveys, I just happened to look here on a map of our parks just to remind me of all the things I've approved up here at this table for improvements into our parks. And I'm seeing Whittier Park has a 4.5 out of 5 rating on Google. Meininger Park is a 4.5. Waterworks Park is a 4.5. So, people do like our parks. Yeah, we're not perfect. Could we invest hundreds of millions of dollars more in our park, like Commissioner Dubuck said, to get everything that everybody would always want over time? We could, I suppose, but, we have competing priorities in the city, and, we have to make sure we manage public safety, we have to manage economic development, we have to manage our parks, and all of these things are improving year over year over year over year, and I'm just not, in the position right now to, if our staff isn't recommending it, if our Parks and Rec Board isn't recommending it, I have no problem exploring this and doing a budget amendment, later on down the road if there's a convincing case to me. But I don't have a recommendation from our staff to even say what they would do with this full-time equivalent. Would it be helpful? How much would it help? Where would it be used? And I don't think it's fair to put Mr. Rassel on the spot to ask him at this moment. Not on the spot. At this moment to give us a plan. I wouldn't ask him to do that if he's not prepared to do so. Commissioner Dubuck.
I think it's also worth noting, in spite of the complete dismissal of everything that's been done in the parks over the last few years, even tonight on our CDBG budget, we have $900,000 for park improvements, outdoor fitness equipment at Cody, Grant, Barton North, and Waterworks. So this has been a long-coming priority for the community. We've been investing over time. We can't do every single thing in 1 year. And the fact that we have a healthy fund balance is a sign of fiscal restraint and responsibility, which, and I'm certainly willing to entertain and have a conversation about Commissioner Lavasser's, pending proposal. But that's the context that we have to have these conversations in. We can't just throw out a bunch of awesome things and say, let's pay for it because we can pay for it today without ever having any lengthy conversation about what the implications of those expenditures are.
Commissioner Douglas.
And I'd like to chime in here and speak on behalf of our professional staff. The city manager and his department heads, I am confident, spend months negotiating back and forth to develop a budget that meets the needs of all of the city. As Commissioner Dubuck said, it's fun to advocate for parks, and it's maybe less entertaining to advocate, for example, for our community engagement director. And yet people say of the city, we don't communicate enough. So that position is an administrative staff position, and yet I feel that it has brought great benefit to our city in many ways and has met a need. So, and furthermore, we're, building up our entire civic center. So to have management staff that are inevitably going to be involved in the management and oversight of that process, again, isn't fun and sexy, but is a necessary part of what we're doing to grow our city. And I just feel like adding a fun thing at the end is not respectful of the thoughtful work that our staff put into this process, worthy of consideration in the future, but not at this point, but in preliminary discussions.
You got Commissioner Lavasser next.
I do get a lot of feedback from residents who are concerned with the condition of our parks, whether it's the overgrown grass, and I know we've had a lot of discussion over the wet season, but it's other things as well, just the maintenance of the equipment, the taking care of the trash receptacles at the parks, whatever the case may be. Whether adding an additional employee is the solution, or if those funds would be better used in some additional equipment, that's something I would want to get some perspective from Mr. Rassel and his staff. I do believe it's worthy of discussion here, because it is a priority of the citizens of our city to have their parks well maintained and have them be enjoyable places to visit. In this instance, if I'm understanding the amendment, it's simply to budget for this. It's not a decision to spend it. It's a decision to budget for it, so that we can have further discussions over what is the best way to improve our parks.
Commissioner Macey?
Thank you, Commissioner Lavasser. First of all, I'd like to state, and I'll let Mr. Russell speak for himself, but that he was asked at the Parks and Rec board meeting whether or not he could use and needed another employee, and he said he could use quite a few more employees. And in fact, the recommendation that we were trying to get out of that body was at least one additional full-time employee. So the parks improvements that you're talking about, I'm curious if you have any idea how much of that has come out of the general fund, because those were the grant projects that I was talking about. In fact, we've done an excellent job of pursuing grants and getting them for our specific parks where they're applicable, and we're getting new play equipment. But it's well known that we're lagging behind, and we know it. It's in our own budget documents that we're not able to keep up because during the recession we weren't able to get where we needed to go. And saying that we don't need more of the one service that is facing all of our citizens all the time. The parks and forestry the parks are the jewels of Royal Oak. That's why people move here. People don't move here because they want to see how the downtown office building. They move here and talk about the parks. And if we're not willing to invest the same amount in our parks that we're willing to invest in our other things, we're making a huge mistake. We just invested $5 million in our downtown. Great, our downtown's going to be awesome. Why can't we put $200,000 in our parks? It's shocking to me that doesn't seem to be a priority for this body.
I guess I'm confused. If people move here for the parks, then they're in such bad shape. I'm kind of confused of why they would move here for the parks. Commissioner Dubug.
Again, with the downtown expenditure, that was one-time funds that don't require ongoing service to whatever it is that you're investing in. So to talk about one-time dollars that you take and then actually are invested in something that's going to yield revenue every year until the end of time is different than saying we're going to take on new staff without a recommendation from staff, without a recommendation from the department director. Ms. Rudd, do you need more staff?
No. Yes, please. Yeah.
Literally, if you ask anyone in the city, they need more staff.
Every single department would tell you that.
And to unilaterally say, in spite of staff recommendations, in spite of the conversations we've had at this table, in spite of input from these directors and from our city manager, we're going to overrule it because it's politically convenient, I don't think that that's an appropriate way to govern. With regard to the grass, which I think was the impetus for this entire thing, this is my 7th spring at the table. There's been 3 springs that were wet. I know some people roll their eyes like that, like that's false. My first spring here. Then Commissioner Fournier and I made a big stink because the ROISA president was really laying into us because it was a really wet spring. And then the sun came out just like this spring. And the grass, it's not negligence when grass grows 6 inches in 3 days. That's nature. But we're getting photos of foots in 6 inches of grass, like this is ridiculous, I pay taxes, this city should do better, and I agreed. And we pounded our fists and we said, Greg, get out there and mow the grass, I don't want to hear about it. And he did. And they destroyed Red Run. There was mud tracks all through the entire place, and it was that way for the entire season. So then when it rained, my kids were playing soccer in mud piles. So it's not excuses. It's not, just casting aside resident concerns. Our DPS director is a professional who knows what he's doing, who knows what he needs, and of course he needs more staff. They all need more staff because we went through tremendous reductions over a period of 15 years. We are slowly, incrementally building up staff strategically in a way that we can ensure it's sustainable, so we're not hiring people that we then have to lay off in a couple of years. We're building up fund balance so that if there is a lull in the market, we can fare it the way that we did last time. That is responsible. I want to give everyone everything they want too. And I want to be able to post that I champion that issue that my residents really want. I want to do that. That's the easy thing to do. The hard thing to do is to look at this, listen to our staff, and make strategic decisions about the city year after year after year. So that's why I can't support this. But I'm totally willing to consider a budget amendment going forward, at some point this year, if Mr. Johnson and Mr. Rassel and staff, sit down with us and say, here's how this is sustainable. Here's the difference that staffer's going to make. And I assure you, even if we had 5 staff, I can go to a park after there's a family picnic there, and I can take a photo of an overflowing trash can. Because I promise you our staff are not there immediately when an event ends. So you can hire 100 more staff. There will be photos of long grass, and there will be photos of overflowing trash cans. Because our staff are not an emergency response system. They work on a regular maintenance schedule. And yeah, we can accelerate that regular maintenance schedule. But we're not gonna mow the parks every single day. That wouldn't be efficient or effective. That's not a reasonable investment. So, I can't support this, but definitely we should talk about investment in our parks in a strategic way.
Commissioner Lavasser.
I want to put something in perspective because Commissioner DeBuck, referenced the one-time funds that were used for the downtown, the $5 million plus $5.5 million, and how it's one thing to handle that when it's a one-time expense, but you don't want to take on an expense if you don't have a long-term plan how you're going to pay for that position. That expenditure would account for about 25 years of what Commissioner Macey has proposed. That's a long time, and certainly, I could beat a dead horse here over whether spending that $5.5 million in the fashion we did was appropriate, but certainly towards serving the public, serving the residents, making sure that there's additional staff to maintain those parks. We could have gotten 25 years or so out of it had we not made that expenditure.
Commissioner DeBuck.
I'm sorry, but Commissioner Lavasser continues to disregard the point that that expenditure is going to yield far more than Commissioner Macey has proposed every single year going forward. So the tax revenues on the new property are going to yield more than this budget proposal every single year. And far more than 5.5 within 10 years. So that's just blatantly disregarding the facts. I'm sorry.
All right. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take a little bit of chair privilege. We had a number of budget sessions prior to this, and this is healthy debate. I don't think the debate's over. I think it's important that if there's ideas about how to invest in our parks, then, we should bring those up throughout the year, and we can look at a budget amendment. But right now, we have a budget in front of us that this body went through, made changes. For example, trash receptacles. We got money in the budget to add recycling to our parks and to add the necessary lidded trash receptacles for health and safety reasons. So we went through this. This is why we get the budget a month or two ahead of time. This is why we go through it. I appreciate Commissioner Macey that this is something that admittedly that is coming in the last minute, and I get that and I understand that. But I think we could discuss this all night, and I don't think I'm prepared to discuss it. I might be willing to discuss it as a budget amendment down the road when I have a more informed opinion based on recommendations from Mr. Rassel and Mr. Johnson, if there is something that commissioners want to put on the agenda. But I think right now, we're never going to get through this budget. So, we have an amendment to Resolution 1 on the table right now. And so that amendment is to add 1 FTE to Parks and Forestry. We've discussed it, and I'm going to call for the vote on that amendment. Okay? So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
So the amendment did not pass. Can I have a hands of the noes?
No, oh wait, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, so tie is a push.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. Okay. Commissioner Macey,
Can I make a motion for the other fun things on my budget?
you absolutely are within your authority to do so, Ms. Macey.
Well, then I shall. But now I need to add something that costs $80,000. So 2 resurfacing basketball courts, $20,000, $40,000 of FEBAR, that's the manufactured mulch, $45,000 for new play equipment at Fulton, $10,000 for the senior center outdoor improvements, $2,000 for ping pong table, $500 for bingo prizes, $500 for a karaoke machine, and $5,000 for Mark Twain Park. Shoot, I don't remember the little thing is that, I can't remember what my other 80,000 will be.
Your other 80,000 would be
We'll
the
just leave it
full-time
there.
position that you're gonna add back
Yeah,
in there, right?
that's, ooh, can I?
I was paying attention. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Macey for an amendment to budget resolution number 1. Is there a second? Not seeing a second, the motion dies. So this brings us back to budget resolution number 1. Commissioner Lavasser?
Bringing back up what I discussed earlier, I noted that we have a 40, help me out, is it $51 or $49 million deficit? I believe it's $51 million deficit in our public safety pension fund. There's like, I believe, a $2 million surplus in the others to offset it, so it's like a net of 49, but $51 million in that fund, the public safety pension fund. This represents long-term liabilities that we have, that we owe to our police and our fire. We are going to have to pay these funds if we're to maintain our moral obligation to our employees. I note that we currently have these excess funds in our general fund that are generating at present 2.33% per annum rate of return versus our long-term investments we're anticipating will bring in 7.75% rate of return. If we were to take 2.5 million, which is my motion, from the general fund and dedicate that to the public safety pension, that would do one thing. It would do a couple things. Number one, it would demonstrate our seriousness in getting out of the deficit hole that we have in that fund. Number two, the difference in income is $135,000 between the 7.75% and the 2.3%. And that's $135,000 per year. We have the funds available. We have the obligation. And it simply makes sense to take advantage of the additional income that we can generate by moving this from short-term investments to long-term investment in the pension fund. So that'll be my motion to take 2.5, move it to that fund.
That's the amendment to budget resolution number 1.
That's correct.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lavasser. Is there a second?
Second that.
Second by Commissioner Gibbs. Discussion? Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, so I very much want to support this. I think, because I agree, this is an obligation that we have based on the conversations that we're having at the pension and retirement board meetings. There's a liability in the 10 years, 20-year projections show us on target, but a 20-year projection is, to some extent voodoo, right? So if everything goes according to plan, we're okay now. I like the idea of actually taking some of that fund balance and paying it down. I'm currently paying, like $150 more toward my mortgage, and I do the calculator, and it says I'm going to pay it off 7 years early, and it's going to save me, like whatever amount of money in interest. Awesome. I want to support this, but I would like to request a report from staff on what does that do to our investment? Like, where does that put us? I mean, do we shoot the moon if we do that? Because if that's the case, maybe the number's too high. Right? We want to fill this obligation. That should be a top priority for this commission, I think has been. But I guess I would like some more information on why that's the right number and what calculus has been done to determine it. If Commissioner Lavasser has that information, that'd be great.
Well, I don't have a specific answer to that question. Now certainly if you want to get recommendations from staff, you can ask staff for that. But, you know, my number, my picking of that number had to do with looking at that overall balance of $13 million and making my own opinions as to how much I'm comfortable with taking from there and moving to the to the employee pension fund without gutting that balance so much that I now start feeling a little bit more anxious about having the funds for a rainy day.
Commissioner Douglas.
We had 2 budget meetings, 3 hours in length. We were scheduled to have a third one, which we as a commission voted to cancel. That seems to me to have been the time to bring these issues up when we, in the context of the budget, could talked about them, could have given staff time to assemble the information that might help us make a decision like this. I feel like this is being walked on at the last minute when we've had plenty of time to discuss this in budget planning sessions. And I'm disinclined to support the motion for that very reason.
Commissioner Dubuck.
Yeah, I can't support it today, but I very much want to work with you on this because I think it's a totally appropriate use of fund balance. And if you would be willing to belay the motion, fund balance isn't going anywhere. We can have this conversation. We can get a report from staff. What does an extra $500,000 do to us? Does it put us 10 years in front of projections? Great. Does $2.5 million make us fully funded in 10 years, in which case we could have used $1.5 million on parks and DPS staff? I think the sentiment is right, but I would like to make an informed decision and not shoot from the hip here at a budget meeting when there is no rush. Because you're right, 7.7 is way better than 2.35. And yeah, that gap does exist. So I'm with you. I want to work with you on it, but I can't do it here at the last minute with that literally no information in front of me about what impact that has on our obligations.
Any other discussion? Macey.
Do we have any information on what that will do to our obligations? Just wondering, it seems like Commissioner Lavasser might have been talking to Ms. Rudd over email. No.
Ms. Rudd, would that require a pretty intense actuarial impact
Like
study?
if we did something a little extra each year, yes, we'd have to put something together on that. But, I mean, I would like to mention that when we bonded for pension and OPEB, January 2017, the market was doing well. We were overdue for a correction, which means at least a 10% reduction in the equity portion of the investments. That really has not occurred yet. So as Commissioner Dubuck was saying, because of that, and everyone's waiting for this correction as well, you know, we do have some time to have the discussion and look at it. Because everyone else is waiting for this correction to occur as well. And to put the $2.5 million in and then have that correction at a minimum, lose 10%, you know, I mean, I don't think too many people would be happy. Not that we like to time the market and pretend we can time the market, but I mean, there's not an investment manager out there that is not saying that we're due for a correction. We're overdue for a correction by a couple of years, in fact.
And Ms. Rudd, when you say correction, you mean when it drops, that
10%.
$2.5 million could be better used at a much lower market value in the portfolio as it grows over the next 10 years before we see another correction?
A correction is a minimum of a 10% reduction in equity portion.
You're saying instead of putting the money into the market while it's high, you would see what time we have, and then if there is a correction, impending correction coming, we put the money in when the market is a little bit lower and we get a much higher return on that money because we didn't purchase it at a peak.
Correct. So, I mean, that would maybe Commissioner Lavasser would feel a little better about waiting just a little bit longer to do an analysis prior to making the official decision.
Mayor?
Mr. Gibbs.
At our last retirement, health, and pension board meetings, I did request from the two, from Brian Green and Tom, or not from Tom, from Terry, to do some more projections for us instead of having only the solid numbers that we had. but we won't have that meeting for another, not that I don't think this is important, because I think it's extremely important. We won't have that meeting for nearly another month. It's early July, July 9th? I can't remember now. Early July.
Sounds right.
I think it's July 9th.
It's the first Monday
Monday after the holiday, yeah.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Question for Ms. Rudd. When we dedicate funds for investment in this way, do you immediately go out and purchase the securities, or do you do more of a dollar cost averaging type of approach? How do you approach that?
With the OPEB and pension, we did we phased it in. Again, because the market was doing the opposite of what we anticipated. After we sold the bonds, the equity market just went up and up and up, which kind of hurt us for phasing in, but we were expecting a correction at that time. We were overdue at that time. So at this point, 2.5 million, if it was a normal situation, we would just put it in. Put it into the trust, which would be about 65-35 split between equities and fixed income.
If we dedicate these funds at this time, does that mandate that you have to invest it in a particular time frame?
If you dedicate it, meaning if you just assign it within the general fund, it can sit there until it becomes unassigned, and the commission did a budget amendment to transfer it. So an assignment is very unofficial. It can just sit there as a message saying there's future intent on doing something with this $2.5 million. So that is something that is a possibility that you can assign it. It's a very unofficial. And then when you have decided to officially transfer it, if that's what the commission would like to do, then it would go before the retirement board, and their investment advisor would make a recommendation to the board, whether just to invest the entire $2.5 million as the trust is allocated, about 65-35 between equities and fixed income, or step it in. So that would probably be a recommendation on the investment manager to the board.
Does my motion as worded accomplish that mission for you?
I'm sorry?
Does my motion as worded accomplish that mission to you, or does it tie your hands in some way?
I wasn't sure when you said to dedicate to, I wasn't quite sure the word you used on the 2.5 million. I wasn't sure if you said dedicate or actually officially do the transfer within the resolution, like add $2.5 million on the transfer out from the general fund. I wasn't quite sure.
I believe I used the term dedicate.
Dedicate, yeah. So, yeah. I'm not quite sure. If you want to actually do the transfer to the trust, that would be official, and we would actually do a $2.5 million transfer.
May I suggest that if you want to do a dedication of fund balance, that you do that as a separate resolution, not part of the budget resolution?
Why?
Because it's really two very different things.
Well, we have an amendment right now, budget resolution number 1. I'll give everyone one last chance to speak on it, if anyone wants to speak on it. Commissioner Macey.
Wondering if Commissioner Lavasser wants to lower the number? We've still got $212,000 over our policy.
I don't know that I have the authority to make a change at this point.
You'd have to make an amendment to the amendment. I gotta tell you, it's 10:10 at night, and my both patience and capability to keep track of all these amendments is gonna be challenging. Commissioner Dubut.
Yeah, I want to implore Commissioner Lavasser to withdraw this motion so we can do this properly. With regard to, previous investments made by this commission, previous commissions, for example, the downtown investment was the result of 3 years of study and work and hundreds of hours on the part of the commissioners at the table in determining that that was the right course of action. Now, anyone can disagree with that. That's all debatable for sure. But the work was put in, and I don't think it's appropriate to step up in the 11th hour at a budget meeting and recommend this massive expenditure for a very, very important issue without some documentation and some legitimate discussion with actual facts so we can tell residents we've done our homework and we know exactly what this is going to do and we know exactly why we're doing it. I promise you, I will work with you on this. I think it's a good idea. I just don't think now is the time. I can't support the motion at this time because I have no information to make the decision on.
Any further discussion? Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, I want to reiterate what Commissioner Dubuc is saying, that, yeah, this is an important issue. I think that I'm also willing to entertain it, but, I mean, I kind of feel like 11th hour, shoot from the hip, 2.5 million. These are things you don't back into. These are things that you have professional financial managers do studies and provide us insights into what the right amount is. Maybe it's 3 million. Maybe it's 500,000. I don't know. And I'm not prepared. And I think given my fiscal background, I think it would be hyper irresponsible for me just to vote on, taking out $2.5 million out of fund balance without knowing the exact impact it's going to have. And is it even going to bring the benefit that we see, or is it going to bring more than what we think it will bring? I really need information from our staff and from our financial managers on the retirement board to give us insights to help us make an informed decision on it. I do appreciate the conversation. I think that there is an opportunity there, but at this point, I just don't think it would be fiscally wise for our commission to haphazardly just take money out of the fund balance unless we know exactly, what it would do to our retirement account. Would it achieve the goal that we're hoping that it will achieve? Especially in light of what Ms. Rudd said, we haven't seen that correction yet in the market, and I think that's a pretty important thing to know and observe and recognize, just from a money management perspective. And when that correction happens, and maybe it will never happen, and if it never happens, then our fund balance is going to be great, and our retirement fund is going to be great as well. But I think this is something we need a closer look at before we just pick a number and go with it. And like Commissioner Douglas said, we had a number of commission meetings, budget meetings ahead of this, and I'm just baffled at a couple things that have popped up here in the last minute that are pretty important discussion items that we need to talk about. But quite frankly, in the 11th hour, I think it'd be irresponsible to just make a haphazard judgment. So I'm in. Let's talk about it. We can always do a budget amendment. It's very easy, especially this one's fund balance, right? So it's not finding sources of revenue, sustainable revenue. It's a decision. Do we put more into the pot? And what's our return going to be? That's a decision we can make. We just need more information. So I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment. Does everyone know what the amendment is? Do I need to repeat it? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Amendment's defeated, so we're back to resolution
Number one.
number 1. Commissioner Macey.
I'd like to make a motion to do what Lavasser said for $100,000. That will put us back within our own policy for our general fund balance.
That amendment?
That's amendment, sorry.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
We're talking about putting it towards the
pension.
Right, and what would the terminology be, that we need dedicated or transfer?
Sign.
I'm deferring to.
For this resolution, it would have to be a transfer.
Only transfer. To affect this, we can do a designation at another time. But if you want to transfer it, it would be in this resolution.
To get us back in, it looks like transfer.
$200,000 would not put you within the 25%.
Yeah, I'm confused.
So, maybe I'm wrong.
You're looking at the combined fund balance.
Yeah.
With police and public safety in general. Probably.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table, what I heard, for an amendment to budget resolution number 1 for $212,000.
I said 15 just to.
$215,000 to move from the general fund to fund balance to the retirement fund?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Lavasser. Discussion? Commissioner Dubak.
I just maintain my position. That's completely irresponsible way to govern the people's money to make decisions with literally no information in front of us. You can look at the pot of money and say, gee, that's a big pot of money. I want to spend it on things. We could do that, or we can get information from staff and make informed decisions, which is literally our job.
Commissioner Macey.
I maintain my position that it's really ridiculous and irresponsible to have budget policies and then ignore them. So we've ignored it for the last 6 years. This would be the 7th year running that we would have violated our own policy. So we should either get rid of the policy. Do we mean more than 25%? Because what we said is 10 to 25%. And I'll just say that until someone explains to me how this makes sense, I'm not able to vote for a budget that has this in it.
I think it's odd to vote down a budget that has been analyzed and presented by staff, but vote for a last-minute expenditure with no information whatsoever on, I guess, a principle, but that's still not responsible governance. I feel like if one believes that the fund balance is too large, that should be a legitimate discussion placed on an agenda to discuss with the city manager and our finance director to find out why it is that way. What's the reasoning for it? What's the projection? If we're gonna spend it down, what does that do to our 5 and 10 year outlook? We don't have any of this information. We're not here just to spend money willy-nilly at the last minute at a budget meeting. That is completely irresponsible. So no, I can't support this.
Everyone gets one last chance. Commissioner Lavasser.
I should note that this is not spending the money, it's simply choosing how it's going to be invested and dedicated. And it's about identifying that you have an obligation to your employees and that you're going to fund that dedication to your employees. We're not out there buying cotton candy for people on the street here. This is something for our employees, and it's simply putting it away for that day when we know we're going to have to pay it out.
Commissioner Douglas.
Totally lost it, sorry.
I'll just add my reasoning remains.
I know.
Oh, Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, what I was going to say was, I mean, if violating our policy means we're keeping more money in the bank, more reserves to anticipate possible downturns in markets that we think may happen, I'm willing to own the fact that I'm being that fiscally conservative.
Yeah, and I gotta think too, you know, I mean, just to say and budget and govern towards a policy and not understanding or contemplating or setting up an argument why that policy is a good policy or bad policy, why you agree with the policy or disagree with the policy, and yet ignore that part and just throw numbers out there in the last minute, you know, without any sort of input from staff, I think is something I can't support. So again, this is not about our employees. I think this commission, at least for a number of us that have been up here for a number of years, have a proven track record of making sure that you know, we invest in our employees. We've made a lot of new hires. We've you know, worked aggressively to make sure that, you know, we're investing in talent, and I think that it's a much bigger picture. And so, you know, for me, I just can't support it again for all the same reasons. And if the argument is simply because of a policy with no context around or understanding where that policy came from or why it's important and why you agree or disagree with it, I think is even more reckless to some extent. So I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
It's a push. The motion fails. Okay. We still have the original resolution number 1, budget resolution. Is there any further discussion on it? Please tell me there's no additional amendments. Okay. With none, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay. It's a push. We don't have a budget for next year.
So I guess I got to express my disappointment for those who voted no. I mean, we went through the amendments. We disagreed on some last-minute additions. We agreed that those additions could be handled as budget amendments after some research and diligence is done. And that courtesy couldn't be extended to us to do some research to make us feel comfortable with those types of decisions that were brought onto us literally last minute. And now, because those amendments weren't put forward, I'm reading that we're not going to pass the rest of the budget. We're not going to dedicate funds to public safety, to the rest of the parks. I'm very disappointed. I think this is absolutely, in my opinion, something I never thought I'd witness up here. I got no jokes this time.
Question.
Commissioner Douglas.
Can we move forward with subsequent resolutions, or do they necessarily have to, does one follow from the other, Mr. Johnson?
One basically follows from the other, and this is the core. This is the critical one.
So our two options are that one of the nay votes introduces a, oh, who can introduce a motion to reconsider? Anybody?
Someone on the winning side.
Yeah.
Which
The
would be
prevailing party
Let's
would
tie.
be someone who voted,
No, because that was
voted no on the prior motion.
So our options are someone who voted no introduces a motion to reconsider in the interest of passing a budget so we can operate our city. Or failing that, someone introduces a motion to postpone this discussion until our next city commission meeting when we will have a full commission.
Commissioner Lavasser.
What is our legal deadline to adopt a budget?
I believe it's the end of this month.
Yeah, by charter, it's June 30th.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeBuck.
All right, so it seems our impasse is that unless a majority is willing to approve some last-minute expenditures that were just presented tonight, the budget's going to be held hostage until we can have Commissioner Perush here. Is that correct?
That's what I read.
That's my take.
my interpretation.
All right, so I guess I'll move to table the budget amendments.
Well, I mean, how does this work from a point of order? Because the first resolution, I mean, certainly we could move to table the remaining ones, but the first one, does that require a new resolution at the next meeting? Since we've already voted on it and it didn't pass, how does this work? Do we have to change something? I mean, I guess you have a budget resolution in front of us that didn't pass. So if the exact same budget resolution comes up, I don't know how that works if we just voted it down.
I believe it can be made as a new motion.
Can we bring it back up again at a meeting, or would it have to go through the process of, because it's the very next meeting, you know what I mean?
I mean, are you talking about motion 0 or motion number 1?
Motion number 1.
But motion 0 failed.
No, motion 0 passed.
0 passed.
Resolution 1 in the budget, which is pretty much how we operate our city, albeit, you know, we had 3 commissioners vote no on something where 99% of it, I would imagine, should have been satisfactory, has now put us in a position where does someone have to make a motion to rescind next month, or do we just put a new budget proposal ahead? Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I want to reconsider what I just told you. Actually, reviewing this, I think you could go through the rest of the resolutions.
But is there any point to that, if the budget's being held hostage?
Well, at least you get the tax rate set, and we get that sent through to the county so that it actually gets, the bills get prepared. Because there's nothing that's been discussed that would change that.
Then what happens to the revenue that's generated if we don't have an approved budget?
We don't spend it.
Which means
I
we
mean,
lay off people.
I have to assume at some point this commission's going to approve a budget. Otherwise, I got to lay everybody off come July 1st.
Does anyone want to make a motion to reconsider?
I'll make a motion to reconsider if we're going to have an amendment to the budget for the amount of $215,000. Doesn't seem like that's going to fly at this table either, so.
Yeah, on a $100 million budget, I don't think we should hold this budget hostage for $200,000 of something we can talk about at a later date when we can all be informed. I think that's reckless. I can't support that. Commissioner Lavasser.
Well, we certainly have time before our deadline to get this adopted, and certainly some of the issues that we've raised here can certainly be explored and staff report back to us so that we can hopefully reach some sort of consensus in this regard.
Commissioner Douglas, did I see your hand or no?
No, there wasn't a hand. Might be, but. So
Commissioner Douglas.
is Commissioner Lavasser suggesting that in the 2 weeks before our next meeting, staff should bring back the data that that some of us agree is needed before we can make this decision? Because I will say, I'm disinclined to stampede them into that, rush to judgment just to
Get a budget passed.
get a budget passed.
Yeah, and I would ask that. I don't see that, in 2 weeks they're going to be able to give us the adequate information, allow us to prepare, have a public discussion, have our public and community informed on what your ideas are, and have their ideas brought to us. And to me, 2.5 million is huge. I mean, that's a lot of money for us just to work through, a 2 week period. So I'm steadfast. I don't believe my position's going to change. I don't believe Commissioner Douglas's positions are going to change. I don't believe Commissioner DeBuck's positions are going to change. So, if Commissioner Perush has a different idea, or if her flight gets held up or whatever, we're laying people off on July 1st. So, Commissioner DeBuck.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand the impasse where I think we've expressed, I think there's unanimous interest in exploring the ideas. We also have a pension and retirement fund board. That would be the appropriate place to vet this additional investment that like I've said, I'm very much willing to do. I just don't understand the rush to jam through new expenditures that no one heard of before tonight, or else we're going to tank the entire budget. That's chaos government. That's not a way to manage this city. I'm happy to entertain every proposal that's brought forward tonight, but not in the last minute, right before we're voting on a budget, and to hold it hostage simply because, to hold this $100 million budget hostage because we haven't gotten exactly what we want at the last second is, I think, a failure of duty of office.
Mayor.
Commissioner Macey.
Could we move to resolution number 9, where we have an established set of financial policies and make some modifications to our financial policies?
You could.
Yeah. I think these don't have to go in any other order. So if you want to start with resolution number 9. Commissioner Macey, or maybe Mr. Johnson, you can open it up and just as you would.
Assuming you want to,
You assumed correctly.
you want to move this with a change, or you want to move this as it is and then make a amendment?
Okay, I'll move this as, move resolution number 9 as is. Then,
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Macey, is there a second? Second by Commissioner DeBuck. Discussion, Commissioner Macey.
so this is my sticking point. And it seems like if we're gonna get past the sticking point, maybe this is the way you should approach it from the backside. Now, I think it's fairly reckless if we're gonna be throwing that word around to be randomly changing our financial policies based on, the fact that we're at a budget impasse, when I have a feeling that probably our hardworking staff had put these in place for a good reason as well. But given that that's the world we're living in, I can't find the pages with the policies in it. I'd like to.
Fund balance
31.
policies on page 31.
Okay. I would like to move an amendment to the policy on the fund balance, policy for the general fund, that we maintain an assigned fund balance at least equal to 10%, but not more than 31% of budgeted expenditures.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Macey. Is there a second? Commissioner Dubak seconds the motion.
I should note that we have to have 2/3 affirm this.
For the general fund. Not come on.
Commissioner Dubak?
I'm just wondering if, Ms. Rudd or Mr. Johnson can shed some light on this policy, why it was established and why we have surpassed that cap.
At the time it was established, the whole focus was on the 10%. The second number was just put there as, without a whole lot of discussion and without a whole lot of thought. At the time, I don't think we thought it was conceivable that we'd be in this good of a position.
Sounds right.
If I can comment, I wasn't here when it was established, but I do know that I've seen the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, which is the really the organization, the premier organization that the municipal finance officers belong to, threw that out as a guideline. Many cities have that. Personally, I think after hearing this discussion, and actually prior to, but hearing this discussion reinforced that there should be a discussion specifically what this commission wants to see this policy as. If there's, time. I know there's a lot of committees and boards that this commission belongs to. Because you need to look at your city in particular. Like, for instance, do you have numerous dedicated millages to where every 5 years you have the public safety of almost 4 mills that you could lose? How quickly do you have to respond if you lose on a renewal of that millage? How long do you want, how much money do you want in savings that you need in order to react to a situation like that renewal contract? And so in my opinion, the more dedicated millages that you have to renew is something to look at when you're looking at your general fund balance policy. Now, if you're a city that has not a lot of dedicated millages, but a large general fund millage, if you're set up that way, you don't have that renewal. And you don't have to really worry about reacting quickly if a renewal doesn't get passed. So those are the types of things you have to look at when you look at a policy like this. And it certainly sounds like it would be a good exercise for this community to look at. But that really is a GFOA guideline that is put out there. At least a few years ago, it was still out there, the 10 to 25%. And most cities have that as a policy.
Gotcha.
And really, many cities, it's been my experience that they have that and they haven't taken the time to really look hard at that and what's right for that community based on how they're set up for funding.
I'd also point out that there's two ways to look at that percentage. 25% sounds like a fairly high number, but that only represents 3 months of operations. And that sounds like a really low number.
Yeah.
And it was pointed out that if you want to make a change to this policy, because of a part of the policy says you need to have a 2/3 vote. In order to change the policy, you have to have a 2/3 vote. However, to change the part that says you have to have a 2/3 vote, you only need a majority vote.
Commissioner Lavasser.
It seems to me that 25% cap is there for the protection of the taxpayers. Cities should not be taxing their residents so much that there's a significant slush fund that far exceeds the expenditures that the city reasonably needs to have in reserve to cover any rainy day or any sudden emergency that comes up. That's why you have the 10%. But once you get past that 25%, really it's just becoming a slush fund at that point. And it's clear to me that there's a significant reason there as to protect those taxpayers.
So I'll also add that the taxpayers are also people that rely on the police to show up at their door
ambulances to show up at their door, parks to get mowed, a whole host, trees to get trimmed, streets to get plowed. And I don't know if that number should be 31%. I don't know if it should be 41% or if it should be 11%. But what I do know right now is, again, I feel uncomfortable just looking at a policy. Given what Ms. Rudd said, there's a lot of things we need to look at and discuss. And again, we had 2 budget meetings, we canceled one. Nobody brought up this policy. We have a lot of stuff going on in our community right now. And if there's a setback, you know, our voters don't vote in the public safety millage again, you know, what are we gonna go to? We're gonna go to that fund. And what are we gonna do? Just keep our police force, you know, open for 1 more month and as a community make massive layoffs? I know people are taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer. Everybody in this community in some way or fashion is a taxpayer. But we're also human beings that expect basic services when we call. And I think that, again, I wouldn't be so aggressive to say 10%, 25%, anything above that is, you know, being imprudent to taxpayers, because these are the same people that, you know, require our services when we need to deliver them. So, and if you have an emergency at your house, I'm pretty sure you're not looking at your tax bill. You know, you're looking at, you know, the clock waiting for that ambulance to arrive. So, yeah, I'm struggling again with making an amendment here in the last hour, and I'll just leave it at that. Commissioner Dubak.
So, if the amendment makes Commissioner Macey comfortable moving forward to get this budget done tonight, and then we can have future conversations about the issues that were raised that could be, you know, very reasonable expenditures that we just need to have more detailed discussion on. I would like to amend the motion to direct staff to bring back to a future meeting this discussion with an analysis of other cities' caps, what our cap should be, why is the 25% surpassed, what does that mean to us being at 30%, 31%? So we make it 31, so this budget is within the realm of the policy, but then we actually dig into it and have a real conversation about you know, revenue and fund balance and where we need to be to ensure that we're protecting the interests of our residents, which, yes, paying taxes is one portion of that, but also expecting quality city service is another portion of that. Can't address one without addressing the other. And the fact that we've had a staff, and a very professional, competent staff, so safeguard our budget that what we're fighting about right now is that we have a solid, healthy fund balance is not something for anyone to be angry about. So other cities are in way worse positions. This is a very good position to be in and gives us some options. And I think we should discuss those options, just not right before we're voting on a budget that we already discussed for like 10 hours in previous meetings. So I'll make the motion to amend the original motion to give that direction to staff as a part of this motion.
You have to amend the amendment to, in addition, give direction to staff. So she wants to go from 10 to 31% range.
That was her motion.
And then you want to amend that with instruction
to
staff to come back with some numbers, knowing that we very well could change to 32, to 15, to 674%, whatever.
Support.
Okay, we have second by Commissioner Douglas. Okay, discussion. All right.
Before you call the vote, just a point of clarification. If we're talking about amending the policies, to follow up on Mr. Johnson's comment, if we're talking about amending the policy, the way the second paragraph is written, it says to require the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members of the city commission. There are 7 members of the city commission. There are 6 that are here tonight. 2/3 of 7 is 5. So in order for the motion to pass, you need the affirmative vote of at least 5 members tonight.
Thank you. But we don't need that to vote on
We
this
don't need
amendment.
that on the amendment,
Correct.
Correct.
just on the amendment to the
To the
resolution number 9.
amendment to the existing policy.
So this one is just simple majority, then the next one is 5 out of 6.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So I will call for the vote on Commissioner Dubak's amendment to the amendment.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, may I see the hand of the nays? Okay, nays on doing research. Okay. All right, so now we're back to the original amendment. So that passes. So now the amendment that Commissioner Macey put forward to move it to 31% does have the amended condition that we'll do some research, bring it back here to the commission so we can make a more informed decision whether that's 20 or 31, but for the time being, if it passes with 5 votes, then it's 31%. And resolution number 9 is, it's 31% for the foreseeable future as a policy. Commissioner Douglas.
And just so I understand.
31%.
Once we bring that to 31%, then any objections at the table to our reserves being overfunded disappear.
Okay. All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in
Need
favor?
a roll call for this?
That's a great question.
Doesn't hurt.
Wouldn't be a bad idea, given that you have to have 5.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. We'll start with the motion maker, Commissioner Macey.
Aye.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Nay.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Nay.
Commissioner Dubak? Aye. I vote aye. Commissioner Douglas?
Aye.
Motion fails. We did not get a majority of 5. So therefore, we are hamstrung and still in the same position that we were before, even on a motion that seemingly would be relatively irrelevant at this point. Commissioner Douglas.
I'm going to make a motion to table this agenda item until the commission's next meeting.
A motion by Commissioner, which agenda item, can you be clear?
I have to look, where's my
agenda? Remaining resolutions related to the budget?
Yes. All of item number 9 on our agenda. Except for motion 0, which we did pass.
But we had an amendment to go to 31%, so we still have the original motion on the table, right? City Clerk Hallis on Resolution 9? Yeah, see, I'm keeping track.
Oh, yeah.
So where are we again?
So we're now back. Commissioner Macey's amendment failed.
Yes.
Didn't get a supermajority, 2/3 majority. So now we're back to the original motion on financial policies, Resolution number 9,
Got
with no
it.
amendments. Commissioner Macey?
So I don't think we want to vote on it now, because then it would.
Well, the
just say-
motion's on the table. We
But
have
I'm
to
just,
vote on it
I'm
now.
just adding to the discussion, that I don't think voting positively, because then it locks in place what I'm already objecting to begin with.
I mean, that's your vote, but maybe it's not ours.
I'm just getting the information out to everyone.
Do you want to rescind your motion?
Sure, I will withdraw my motion.
Let's withdraw and support, I can't. Commissioner Dubak supported it. Do you accept that withdrawal? Okay. Is that
Actually,
acceptable under, I think we have to vote on it. I think we have to vote on it. Yeah, we can't make the withdrawals. And then you can make a new motion.
Motion belongs to the commission, not to the maker or
That's
the
right.
second at this point
That's
in
right.
time. You could bring a motion to postpone or table that motion to the next meeting if you chose. Or you can vote on the merits of the motion.
But that would be an amendment to the motion to postpone it.
No, it would be a motion to postpone.
Okay. We could do that now.
Separate.
Okay, Commissioner Macey.
Okay, sorry, let's do that, and then I have something else.
Huh?
So we have to vote on this, right? So let's vote on
No,
this.
you can, City Attorney Gillum said that it's within, you can now make a motion to table it.
Anyone can.
Okay, what I'd like to do instead is I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolution to exclude the fund balance as part of the policy. So Resolution 9, cross out fund balance.
So we have an amendment to the original motion for resolution number 9. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion? Commissioner Lavasser.
I'm trying to make sure I understand what it is that we are.
So we're not
doing.
approving this policy.
So you're approving the other policies, but you are deleting this policy, or you are holding it back for later consideration?
Holding it back for later consideration.
Is that council's interpretation of the motion as is? I want to make sure there's no confusion on that.
Yeah.
I would think so, yeah. You're affirming the other policies, but you would not be affirming the fund balance policy.
would the fund balance policy be on the agenda for the next time, or does it need to be raised? I want to make sure that we're giving it.
I think we'd have a residual, I mean, staff would want to get clarity, and it's part of our budget, so it would be somehow incorporated into the next, as a independent resolution, Part C or whatever.
I would expect staff would bring it back, yes.
So that would be like Resolution 10, and it would be a single item, resolve the city
Yep.
affirms its financial policy regarding fund balance.
Basically breaking it out, yeah, it'd be a resolution number 10. Okay. All right, so we have an amendment on the table to approve resolution number 9, but excluding the fund balance policies on the general fund, right?
That's true. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, here's my position right now.
Was there a second?
I believe
Dubuck
Commissioner
seconded.
DeBuck seconded it.
Okay.
So here's the issue. I mean, this whole thing's going to get discussed again from what I see. This is just adding another layer of unnecessary confusion to me. I can't comprehend all what's going on right now. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment, not because it's not a prudent decision, but just because this is getting way too complicated for this evening. We're basically trying to govern by amendment, and to me, this is not, we're putting our community at risk by maybe voting for something, accidentally voting for something, bringing something back. For me, I like to be prepared for these meetings. I like to know what's going on. I like to, we had 2 budget meetings. I thought, everyone made their cases. And so this is coming as a complete surprise, as is this motion and the other amendments. So I'm just not going to support any more amendments. We're going to get through this, and we're going to apparently have to do a redo, the next meeting anyways.
Mr. Johnson has a good point.
I don't think this motion has any impact whatsoever. You're failing to reaffirm a policy is not the same thing as rescinding it. It would still be in effect as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, because unless we vote to change it by 5 to 6 tonight, or 2/3 down the road, then quite honestly, you're right. We're just reaffirming it. So if you vote no, you're not affirming it. If you vote yes, then you are, but the policy doesn't change.
The only difference would be in the budget book where it says reaffirmed on such and such a date. This policy would not be reaffirmed by this commission on this date, but the policy would still be in effect.
So if we voted no on it, then it would be not reaffirmed, but that would also give us the opportunity to go back and look based on the amendment. Ms. Hallis, I'm so sorry for you tonight. If you don't get a bouquet of flowers and a box of chocolates tomorrow and taken out to lunch, I think that's a travesty. So we have resolution number 9 on the table with another amendment to remove a line item from resolution number 9. Okay, and if that passes or fails, then we go back to resolution number 9, if it fails. And in this particular case, it would just be affirming or not affirming, but it doesn't prevent this city commission from reevaluating what those fund balance percentages should be down the road. Because we'd have to make a decision with a 2/3 vote anyway. So, to me, I'm keeping it clean. I'm voting no on this just because I want to get back to resolution number 9, do an up or down vote, and if certain commissioners here, if it fails, it fails. If it passes, it passes. It's not going to stop us from reevaluating this policy because we're going to have to get some information and do some homework, and we can change that policy. And it's not going to change the budget because the budget wasn't passed. So, all right, I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Sorry.
No? What am I doing wrong? Did I miss something
Nothing.
on the
I
amendment?
sorry.
Oh, did you say aye?
No.
Voted no. Or she's not, you haven't voted no yet. Okay,
I
so
tried
there are
to
no
vote no. I
ayes.
tried
I
to
just
vote
haven't
no.
heard that before, okay? It's just awkward, eerie silence. All the years I've been up here, I've never had a motion be put on the table and everyone, not a single aye. So,
You're persuasive.
Not totally, Commissioner
I'm going to say
Lavasser.
all those opposed, maybe?
All those opposed?
No.
Say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, the motion fails. We're back to resolution number 9, which is just an affirmation of the policies. That's what it is. So, I'm gonna call for the vote on resolution number 9. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'm confused.
We're voting on resolution number 9.
Are we doing it by roll call, or? what are we doing?
I feel confused too, actually.
I didn't realize that was on the table. I thought.
Well, yeah, in order to have an amendment on it, it has to be on the table.
Okay.
So, aye.
Okay, I think I'm back with it.
So it's resolution 9 unchanged is what's on the table.
Correct.
Correct. We just voted on it. We had the ayes. Then we called the noes.
But I don't think that we all understood, so if you could recall the no's, I would appreciate that.
I am going to have to hand this over to Mr. Gillum because I'm not sure what we do after we do a vote. Because silence means aye.
My sense is I'm not sure that all the members of the commission understood
Okay.
the question that was being called. So my recommendation would be to recall the question. Now I think everyone is clear that we are talking about resolution number 9 as presented without any changes.
Okay.
And an aye vote is in favor and a no vote is against.
Okay, so who has to do that recall? Can I do that, or does that have to come from a commissioner?
Nope, you're still
Okay.
chairing the meeting.
All right, so I will recall that vote, and we'll do it again. Does everyone understand what we're voting on this time? Resolution number 9. We're back to the original resolution number 9, straight up and down. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So the motion passes, resolution number 9 passes. None of the amendments, other than the amendment to the amendment, which didn't pass, because the amendment didn't pass. So this is just straight up and down resolution number 9. So what's next on this glorious evening for the city?
Are we going to do the other ones or not?
Shall we do the other ones and have amendments to amendments to amendments, or shall we table them? Commissioner Macey.
Give me a minute. Can I make a motion? Trying to think of which resolution this falls under. That in the event that we exceed our 25% in the year, our general fund balance. I can stop if you want.
Go on.
Okay.
We
let's
we
go.
can, here's the thing. I mean, the read on the table for me tonight is we don't know what the hell we're doing, all right? And I don't think that it is incumbent to really put forward anything. I think we should table these until the next meeting, where we all have time to take a breather, all have time to regroup and make decisions that aren't, one-off decisions. I mean, those, I think, should be done in really exceptional cases. And if we need to, we'll have 7 members, put it that way, we'll have 7 members at the next meeting, and maybe that resolves our issues in itself, so, one way or the other. Or it exasperates them, I don't know. But I say we table it because I'm having a hard time following and keeping track. That's my recommendation. So if someone wants to make a motion to table, I would certainly support it. Commissioner Gibbs.
I will make a motion to table it with instruction from staff on the consequences or the results of the going above the 25% marker before we can, and for that to be presented to us with time enough to vote.
On the general
Or
fund.
time enough to review it before the next meeting.
That's basically a week.
So the problem with that is that they have to go every year and reposition the numbers to 25% maximum fund balance. And what that also means is you get to those numbers because you have revenues, which we can predictably say are going to be the same, and then you have expenditures. So what they have to do is go in anything that's eating in fund. I mean, they've been working on this budget for 6 months, if not longer. And I don't know that they're going to be able to redo the budget, within
I'm sorry,
that
Mary, we
context
have a
within
motion
a
on the
week.
table. I think you need to find a second or not.
You second?
No.
No, I'm not pointing to you.
Oh,
Okay, sorry.
We have a second by Commissioner Macey. Discussion.
I believe I've stated my
Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
opinion on it and how I would like to move forward with it.
Commissioner Douglas.
I've said this before, I'll say it again, asking the staff to put together those kinds of numbers in basically a week because we need time to process whatever they give us, is not, I have a great deal of faith in our staff and their abilities, but this is like magic. And I'm not gonna put that on them. So I will vote against this motion.
Commissioner Dubuck.
As I stated, I'm completely willing to have those conversations. I don't think they should be tacked on at the last minute in a budget process that's been going on for several months. So I don't think it's appropriate to demand and hold this budget hostage until we all get exactly the things that we want. So I'll be voting no.
Commissioner Macey.
So I actually forgot the thing that had been tagged on to the end of this, but I will say that the question to me sounded like, what happens if we go over our 25%, to which the answer is nothing. So
Correct.
I don't know that there's a lot that the staff has to do to prepare that.
Commissioner Gibbs, was that your request, or if we do cap it at 25%, what the budget would look like?
If we were to cap it at 25%, what would the budget look like? And, or not really but what would be the results if it went under 25%?
So saying that you would model it to where fund balance would be eroded to 25% and see what that would do as it matriculates throughout the all the accounts.
Correct.
Okay. We all understand what we're voting on?
I just want to be clear, this is direction for the next budget meeting.
No, I think this is direction for the next meeting on our next city commission meeting.
I think it's totally appropriate to make that request. I just think directing it for the next meeting before we can pass this budget is not reasonable.
And without this information, I believe that we as commissioners are making poor judgments and poor decisions based upon the residents or with the taxpayer dollars. This is their money. This is our money.
I'll just add that it's our responsibility to make informed decisions. I agree, and we should get information. And if something is important to Commissioner Dubuck or myself or anybody else on this commission, we should be asking for that information from staff in the proper cadence. We all had copies of this budget in April, if not sooner. And the policies are published in there. The policies have been there for eons, since when many of us have been running campaigns. These policies have been there. In my experience, and maybe I'm the lone commissioner up here that has experience budgeting and modeling and, doing these sort of tasks. I will not burden our staff to do that within a week. I just think I think it's a conversation we can have. We've all agreed. I can't comprehend how we're holding the budget up for conversations that we can have and things that we can do down the road. It makes zero sense to me, and I just pray it's because of lack of experience and not because of any other ulterior motives. So I can't support it because I know what it takes to do it, and I wouldn't put that on Ms. Rudd and that department because you're setting them up to fail. So I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No. Okay. Motion fails. Commissioner Macey.
Motion to table, just table,
Everything.
everything.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Oh, Ms. Rudd?
Is there any consideration, the city manager might want to weigh in, having a special meeting because the next commission meeting is June 25th? It's cutting it pretty close. I just want to make you aware that when the next meeting is, just in case.
Commissioner Macey?
I had the same thought, but given the discussion around the table that there's not enough information that we can get in the time between now and then that would answer the questions necessary, I don't know that it makes sense.
It's a great question. And I don't even know that Commissioner Perush will be back.
She'll be back.
Be back by then, okay.
But we can't be sure that that date is open in her calendar.
Yeah. And we're talking 2 weeks, and conceivably it's gonna take, I mean, I would imagine you can't work. Commissioner Douglas?
Well, at this point, we're not asking staff to do any more work or make any changes. We
I
have,
said we're just postponing it
we have a simple motion
to the
to
next city
table
commission meeting, yes.
with no other requests tacked on for additional information.
Right.
So
And-
they don't have to do any more work.
And I would argue that if staff believes that we need a budget meeting in between, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Johnson or Mr. Gillum, you can ask the mayor to offer up that meeting or schedule that meeting.
Mayor can call that meeting.
The mayor
The
can call
mayor
that.
or any two members of the commission.
And I will commit to you, if we need to call that meeting, we can call that meeting. But it gives us time to where we can, you know, find out what Commissioner Perush's schedule is and, you know, when we need to have that. And also making sure we have ample time that whatever the outcome of that meeting is supposed to be, that staff has enough time to do what they need to do for the commission meeting so we can get a budget approved, so. Right now, we have a motion on the table to table. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Wow, unanimous. Okay, so at this point, we don't have a budget. All of these resolutions are now scheduled for the next city commission meeting in June, and possibly in between, depending on staff's recommendation, if we need to have a checkpoint, we'll have a meeting in between a budget meeting, special budget meeting that I'll call. All right. This brings us to item number 10, the public hearing on brownfield plan for Urbane on Harrison Planned Unit Development. Mr. Twing.
Mayor, members of the commission, good evening. You do have a recommendation from the Brownfield Authority to approve a plan, a brownfield plan for their development entitled Urbane on Harrison. The properties involved are addresses 1112 through 1126 South Washington. You may recall that this was an approved planned unit development with some 77 multifamily units. The Brownfield Authority is recommending, and you can see the resolution there, that it be a 10-year brownfield plan beginning in 2020, and that the eligible reimbursement costs are roughly $196,000 for environmental assessment, for removal and disposal of contaminated soils and groundwater, and then some administrative, the preparation of the brownfield plan and contingencies. That is the Brownfield Authority's recommendation to you, as well as holding the public hearing this evening. And then there is a suggested resolution in the commission letter after the public hearing. You should choose to support the Brownfield Authority's recommendation.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Twing? Mr. Lavasser.
I'm not sure if I fully understand the proposal. I just want to make sure I'm getting it clear. If I read it right, for the first few years, I believe 5 years, there's essentially a tax abatement or reduction for this property owner, and then the next 5 years after that, the tax that would come in would go into a special fund instead of the general fund, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Well, actually, it's not an abatement in the sense of reducing taxes. The Brownfield Authority actually captures the eligible taxes, so the developer actually pays them. And then there's a reimbursement agreement to yet be approved by the Brownfield Authority and reimburse them.
Right, so he pays the taxes, submits the receipts, gets the money back.
Right.
So, you know, in that sense, you know, it's going into the left hand, being transferred over to the right hand.
Correct.
As opposed to never being put in the left hand in the first place. Right, but with regard to that last 5 years, am I understanding correctly that after the reimbursement stage, which I believe is 5 years, that those additional taxes would go into
A revolving loan fund for the Brownfield Authority to use on other eligible activities throughout the city.
Any other questions for Mr. Twing? Okay. Before we open up the public hearing, we'll ask the petitioner to come up, and if they have a brief presentation, that'd be great. Late night.
My name is Janine Doherty. I'm with PM Environmental. And with me, this is Albert Ludwig. He is with the developer. We appreciate your time. The project in of itself is a multifamily development. Like you said, address is now is actually 1112 South Washington. Originally, it was 5 parcels, and those have now been combined per his PUD agreement with you. The property history, the ones that we care about, is that formerly the Buttons facility that was there had an underground storage tank. Those tanks itself have been removed, but there is residual contamination that exists within that former UST basin. So a lot of the costs that we're going to be talking about relate to specifically that basin and where that contamination exists. The development, as I said, multifamily, it's going to be 3 stories, 77 units, enclosed ground level parking that includes 114 spaces. A pretty good unit mix with 1 studio, 62 one-bedrooms, 6 one-bedrooms plus a few extra rooms, and then 8 two-bedrooms. Overall, it's about 100 construction jobs, 5 permanent jobs after that, and we're looking at $10.5 million investment overall. Relating to the contamination, we definitely have VOCs and PNAs that remain both in the soil and in the groundwater. I have Jamie, who is our technical expert on some of that contamination. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer those questions. As it relates to the eligible activities under the Brownfield plan, they're kind of broken into 3 categories. The first one are what the DEQ calls pre-approved activities. Those are his baseline environmental assessments that are conducted when you purchase a property and when you determine what level of contamination exists. The total amount for that has been, just so you know, that money has already been spent in a way, because those are required to figure out what's going on at the property. That amount is $260,000. In that portion, you're going to see in the reimbursement plan, a portion of that is reimbursed through school taxes. That's because the DEQ considers them pre-approved. And so we take the ratio of capturable local taxes, compare it to the school taxes, and that's how that divide for that amount of money is set. I believe it's about $11,000 from the school taxes, and the remainder comes from the local. As far as the environmental contamination is concerned, we are looking at approximately a 25 by 50 foot area, 15 feet deep. It's about 1,000 tons of soil that needs to come out. As well as backfill for that, transportation, disposal into the appropriate landfills, and those associated costs. Groundwater is also a concern, and the full amount of that kind of will vary depending on whether during the week or the period of excavation. And there's also additional sampling and monitoring that needs to be done to ensure that the levels of contamination that exist on that property are below the applicable criteria, and making sure that it's safe for new residents to live there. And then finally, there's a cost for the Brownfield plan, the preparation and the implementation on the back end, and that amount is $20,000. When you add that all up, there's also a contingency and an interest, and the total, as was said, is $196,518. I think that's really it. I'll introduce Albert, if you have any other things you would like to add. A brief overview. I'm happy to answer other questions, I guess, as they come up.
I know it's been a long night for you guys, so I won't burden you with unnecessary details. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I think you're all familiar with the project. It's been before you a couple of times, both at the Planning Commission level as well as this body, and you know, we're anxious to get it going. We want to get it started as soon as we can, and we have run into multiple challenges financially on a variety of problems that we didn't anticipate. This is only one of them. You know, we ran into this thing with DTE where all the poles have to be moved and all the wires, and you know, that's $150,000, $160,000 because they changed the rules a year ago. I know you're running into that with your own building here across the street, so it's nothing new for Royal Oak, but it's new for everybody. We did not anticipate that when we bought this property. We ran into a problem when we went to close on the land. Seller decided he didn't want to sell it to us at the price he agreed to sell it to us for, so we had to go into litigation. And that cost us time and money and attorney fees, and that
we ended up paying another $50,000 or so for the land that we didn't anticipate. Those kind of costs, you know, it's part of being a developer, it's part of our life. But when you run into another $200,000 in remediation for old tanks that were buried in the ground, you know, 30, 40, 50 years ago, it can drive these things to not make any sense. So we appreciate your consideration. We appreciate that the Brownfield Authority did make the recommendation, and we look for your support.
You have any questions? Commissioner Lavasser.
I take that you did an environmental review before you entered into the purchase agreement, or that was part of your due diligence period?
We did several.
Okay.
We purchased this property from multiple owners. The first closing that we had was on the vacant lot to the north, which did not include the Buttons parcel. And there was phase 1 and phase 2 studies done on that parcel. Then we went ahead on the Buttons parcel and did phase 1. Then we closed. Then we found out we had to do phase 2. So we didn't know that we were going to run into $200,000 in cost. We thought there'd maybe be a little bit, but nothing.
What triggered the need for the phase 2? What information came about that you didn't have before closing?
I could go back to Jamie because he's the one who did them and told me I had to have it. We're kind of at their mercy. They tell us what to do so we can be safe, so.
So yeah, there's a history on the property, the tanks predominantly, but the service operation as well. You know, that type of investigation is typical, but you know, the Brownfield program is meant to allow ends to meet on a development and close those gaps. So yeah, investigation was done, and this is what is being presented.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. We're going to open up the public hearing. All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak tonight on this subject? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring the discussion back up to this table. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, I'll move approval of the brownfield reimbursement as proposed.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, I will say that this petitioner came to the Brownfield Authority requesting a much higher amount. Commissioner Godek very thoughtfully trimmed it based on what he felt, and we, the Brownfield Authority, agreed were reasonable apportionments of risk versus what the city's going to pay versus what the developer's going to pay. Staff also mentioned to us at that time that the petitioner will get reimbursed at the end only if the value of the property achieves the rates that their estimates were based on. So that if this property doesn't generate sufficient taxes or achieve a certain value, they won't get all of their money back. So they've got skin in the game both at this point with how much we're giving them and in the end game, depending on the value of the property.
Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, I would just like to commend the committee for doing their due diligence, and I see that the award is shaved about nearly in half from the original proposal. So I think what we're doing here is exactly what the Brownfield program is intended to do and has value for residents, so I'm happy to support it.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Lavasser.
Just so I can make sure I fully understand what Commissioner Douglas said, if I'm understanding correctly, the existing taxable value, or at least the taxable value at the end of this year, if the development is not completed, that would be locked in for the general fund, and those funds would not be available to reimburse the petitioner here, if I'm understanding correctly.
Well, I understand your question. If they don't develop, then the reimbursement agreement with the Brownfield Authority, nothing happens, there's no reimbursement. If they do develop and their estimates of the taxable value, the increased, don't hit those estimates, they're only reimbursed based on what's actually captured
And just be clear, my recollection is there's currently a $400,000 taxable value
Right,
for
that's
the
still
property. I don't know if it's assessed and taxable are the same in this instance, but 400,000 is the current. So that 400,000, if I'm understanding correctly, that's, the taxes generated by that is not going into this fund for reimbursement purposes.
That's correct. It'll go to the units that are levying the taxes will still continue to get that portion.
Right, so we're anticipating perhaps the taxable value jumping up to $3 million.
I believe that's what they put in the plan.
Any other questions, discussion? Commissioner Lavasser?
This is one that kind of tears at me because, for me, the brownfield development program should really be for properties that would not get developed without this little extra incentive here. And I look at this, it's about a $10 million project. So does $200,000 make the difference between it happening and not happening? I'm not sure that's the case. I certainly am sympathetic to the petitioner here for some expenses that they didn't necessarily anticipate, but the reality of the situation is if they're not paying these taxes, that means that the rest of the taxpayers of our city will have to carry that much more toward paying the expenses of the city.
Commissioner Douglas?
And in fact, what you just said is the very case that I made at the table. Brownfield dollars are meant to incentivize the developments that we want. And in fact, we're happy to have this development here, but it's not part of our development strategy. Nevertheless, there is contamination there, and we did feel it was worthy of some skin in the game from the city's side to help them bring the project forward.
Other discussion? Yeah, I'll just add, we're getting a site here that's going to get cleaned up. The Brownfield Commission got it down to a level that seemed appropriate. I understand the struggle Commissioner Lavasser is talking about, but the reality is it's a $10 million project, but it's not, like the developer is walking away with $10 million of profit. If he makes 10%, that's $1 million, and if it's getting eroded away, by 500, 600, 700,000, then it makes the project not feasible. Then we're left with a contaminated piece of property that's gaining the taxable revenue that it has right now. So to me, in this case, it makes sense given the scope and size, and that's how I'm basing my decision to support it. So, notwithstanding any other discussion, Commissioner Gibbs.
I have a question. This is not $196,000 for each of 10 years for the duration. It's a total of $196,000. Okay, I just wanted to, so it could be $19,000 a year, right? 19 and change, right?
Right, it'll be whatever's captured to get that amount.
Okay.
I mean, the delta times whatever the taxable rate is times the value of the property, a lot of factors, but yeah, conceivably.
And conceivably, their taxes, the property taxes on this property are going to increase, so we would be recouping, or we would be gaining the increased value of the property, correct?
Yeah, in a number of years, so we're gonna get what we've always got with the 400,000 or whatever the property was valued at, and then the extra money put into the property that adds to the value of it will be that, but part of that tax will be used to reimburse these expenses, and then once those expenses have been reimbursed, for 30 years from now, 25 years from now, 11 years from now, or heck, 5 years from now, if the property value jumps and skyrockets, we get the full benefit windfall of that as a city. Commissioner Lavasser.
I do want to follow up on that question. Mr. Twing, do you know offhand whether the assessed and taxable are the same or pretty close to the same?
I don't know whether the taxable and the assessed are the same or not on this property.
Right. In this instance, is that floor that we're setting to compensate the general fund, is it based on taxable value or?
Millage rates are applied against the taxable value.
I understand, but in this instance, for purposes of setting the floor, because presumably that's going to be uncapped if they just acquired the property. And so the question I have is whether that floor that's going to fund the general fund, whether that's going to be based upon the pre-existing capped taxable value or the uncapped taxable value.
No, the base would be based on the existing, the time it's created, the current.
Any other questions? Discussion? I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hopefully no more surprises.
Good luck with your budget.
Hopefully, yeah, I'll reserve comment, but thank you. I appreciate that sentiment. Okay, this brings us to item number 11, approval of Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2018 to 19 Annual Action Plan.
You have a recommendation that came from the Rehab Board of Appeals. They serve as the city's committee in reviewing requests for community development block grant funds on a program year basis, annual basis, beginning July 1st, 2018 in this case. You'll see on the second page of the commission letter the recommendations for funding based on the activity as well as the funding level being recommended. Under public service, you'll see ROSES, SOS services for the homeless, the housing rehab program, which provides the assistance for homeowners to rehab their home that are eligible. Then you'll see public improvements, which includes the outdoor fitness equipment proposed for 4 parks at $900,000. Neighborhood tree planting program, which is $150,000, which is a continuation of past years as well. Program administration is the allocation towards staff salaries and benefits. The unprogrammed contingencies, and for a total of $2,386,000 roughly. And the next portion identifies the revenue from there. If you're in support of the Rehab Board of Appeals recommendation, there is a resolution there for your consideration.
Any questions from Mr. Twing? Okay, we have proposed resolution in front of us. Resolutions, Commissioner Dubak.
I will move for the resolution. It's contained in, what letter are we on?
Okay, do we have a second?
It's a letter.
Second by Commissioner Macey. Discussion? Commissioner Dubak.
I think that the Rehab Board of Appeals continues to do an excellent job. I know Commissioner Prush serves on this committee right now, so she's not here to speak for them, but doing an excellent job in investing these dollars in city priorities, which again are federal dollars meant for largely infrastructure, brick and mortar projects. The housing rehab program continues to grow, which really helps low-income folks and seniors invest in their homes, bring up the quality of our housing stock and property values for everybody. So glad to see them continue to invest in that. Clearly, parks are at the top of the agenda here with $900,000 in new park improvements and trees, as we discussed during our budget meeting at length. We have $150,000 here in new tree planting around the city, which is awesome. So I think we're nailing all of our priorities here, and pleased to support the motion. Pleased that CDBG dollars continue to exist.
For now.
For now.
For now.
Yeah.
I'll just reiterate too, some of the, that equipment, the exercise equipment can be used by seniors as well. I think it's designed to, not just encourage the fit to be fit, but, the senior fit to be even fitter. So that's another great ad that all of us will use, can use, and probably use, or should use. Any other discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes. We got some funding. All right. This brings us to item number 12, approval of Downtown Development Authority parking recommendation.
The commission may remember that back in January you saw a recommendation from the DDA regarding parking rates At that time, the commission did adopt a resolution directing staff to implement increase in parking rates for monthly permits in the parking structure and surface lots. The DDA at that time also hired Rich and Associates to look at the parking system and come back with a study for their consideration and a report, I should say, on the parking system, and so they could forward another recommendation to the City Commission. In that regard, you should have a copy of the Rich report. Initially, there was a preliminary one, so I believe you have that as well as the final version in the packet that was posted online. The only difference really was the final version included some additional information on park mobile transactions with a graph that showed the transactions from 2015 to current. And you can see they've significantly increased in that regard. The report addressed several things, time limits and allocations for parking, identified high demand areas or evaluated where they should be. It made some recommendations in control equipment in terms of messaging and labeling of them to make them more user-friendly. It also included pricing or rates, items. I'll walk through that in a minute. It also touched on some enforcement and some issues that were in regards to there and suggestions for how enforcement could address some issues they've been having, as well as the implementation of park mobile and mobile payments, and then finally increased effort in marketing. The DDA did discuss this item and is recommending that the City Commission adopt the recommendations from the report. Primarily the rates and things that are identified are on page 27 of the report. As I said, the monthly permits for the surface lots and the garages were already increased in January. The other items you'll see there under 2 columns is, or 3 columns I should say, identifies the type of parking, and then the current hourly rates, and then the proposed or recommended hourly rates as you go down those columns. I won't run through each one of them, but if there's questions on the rates, we can get into that. I guess I'll stop there.
Questions for Mr. Twing? Commissioner Dubug.
Mr. Twing, when this was previously before us, when we voted on the permit increases, we had talked about pausing on the meter increase until we got some more information, and particularly to address the status of Park Mobile or some sort of remote pay app, as well as improving the performance of the pay stations and getting rid of all coin-operated meters. I'm wondering what the status is on those items.
I think Mr. Rass would probably be better telling you what the status is and the implementation is than myself as far as how that's moving forward. In terms of what's in the report, there.
Voila.
Could you restate the question?
Just curious on, I'm not sure that I've seen anywhere in the report or in the letter an update on the status of Park Mobile or some sort of remote pay app for our meters, the status on getting rid of all coin-operated meters, particularly within the high-demand area. I feel like we've been talking about that for like 6 years, and then improving the performance of our pay stations, which we know have had a really high failure rate.
Right. There are a couple of lots that we still have to complete to turn over to the credit card and to the credit card electronic, fully automated, where it takes credit card meter as well. But we are progressing. We do have a sufficient number of meters now since we've closed a number of lots to shift around. The Park Mobile, as the report indicates, the rates have been going up, and the new enforcement handhelds that the police department is just started using, we believe is going to improve our enforcement of the Park Mobile and some of the discrepancies that we have. As far as the kiosks, 9 of the 11 kiosks are working at this time, and we think we've cracked the nut on that as well. And we'll have a few extra kiosks coming available as construction expands into the farmer's market lot, because we won't need as many kiosks as we currently have.
Are you keeping track or record of the failure rate on those kiosks, or how often we've had to repair them, or how many times we've had issues with that?
Well, as we discussed earlier today, I don't necessarily would use these kiosks from this manufacturer again. Sometimes low bid is not always the way to go.
Right. So we're dealing with the hardware we've got. I think my primary concern is, obviously, when we talk about increasing parking rates, I think folks are okay paying, the extra quarter an hour, as long as we're making a good faith effort to ensure everyone can pay and be in compliance. I think everyone's cool paying their meter. Everyone hates getting a ticket for the most part. So are we doing everything within our power to ensure our system is as accessible and easy to use as possible? Are we expanding the Park Mobile app to all downtown meters?
We will be able to do that with this new handheld that the police have done, so we will be expanding Park Mobile to all of our meters once I get the thumbs up from law enforcement.
Okay, so then will we be able to get a done-by date on that? Is that going to happen this spring, this summer?
I hope to have it happen by Labor Day. That would be my goal.
Okay, to have all meters incorporated? Could we say by Labor Day, we're also setting a goal of no more coin-operated meters to drive people insane?
Coin only.
Well,
yeah, no more coin only. Yeah, no more coin only
coin
meters.
only.
Yeah.
I think we can do that within the high-use zone.
Sure.
The the areas outside of the high-use zone, I don't know if there's still payback to pay for doing that, because there is a fee to have that meter online.
Within the high-use zone, I think is reasonable.
Still use Park Mobile.
Looking at this map, I think in the high-use zone is, that's reasonable. All right, that's all I got. Thanks, Greg.
Any other questions for Mr. Rassel or Mr. Twing? Commissioner Douglas?
I don't know if it's for either of them or if it's for Mr. Johnson, but I guess my broad question is, why do we need to raise rates? And, adding on to that is, will these increased rates generate enough revenue to pay for the new parking structure bonding that we have issued? Because I don't think we've seen that data.
Your second question answers your first question. We need to raise rates because we're building 2 parking structures, and we're going to be paying debt service on 2 parking structures.
I understand that.
And the debt instruments on both of those, they're both revenue bonds. There's actually a promise contained in those that we will raise rates as necessary to make sure that we cover the debt service. Actually, 125% is what I believe is in there. These numbers are numbers that we believe will cover that debt service, yes. Although, we actually proposed these originally back in October, so we're already running way behind.
And my second item is, I see in here that we are going to, the Stagecrafters, full disclosure, I'm a member, longtime member, life member of Stagecrafters. Volunteers from Stagecrafters who create the product that people love and bring 20,000 visitors to our city every year have had the opportunity to pay $1 when they park in the parking structure there, as opposed to the $3 commercial rate. And it now appears that we are raising Stagecrafters' rate from $1 to $3. And I would like to see if we can consider retaining that at $1, given the value that that organization brings to our city. And just a quick statistic, our data show that 75% of the customers or people, audience members, either dine or drink before or after the show. And if they spend, let's say, $10 a person, that's $150,000 in revenue to our downtown. Stagecrafters, as I understand it, is the only nonprofit receiving this rate or even needing this rate, and I'd like to see if there's a way that we can retain it.
we had that conversation already today. It's my opinion, and I've conferred with the city attorney, and I'd like to ask him to give you his opinion, but it's my opinion that no, you can't legally do that.
Yeah, I'd agree with Mr. Johnson. Number one, I think there are issues with the bond covenants for the parking decks. Number two, I think there's a legitimate issue, and I haven't done any extensive research on it, but as to whether or not that kind of support is actually an authorized expenditure, so, by a municipal government like the city.
But apropos of our discussion earlier today, Mr. Johnson, there may be an opportunity for the DDA, recognizing the benefit that Stagecrafters brings to downtown businesses, to participate with them, partner with them in a business relationship that would make the organization whole.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Macey.
I had the same question about the revenue bond. This is quite long, but I didn't see in it any discussion of that. This seemed to be based on parking rates, parking structures, parking time limits, and what would maximize, without any kind of discussion of how this is all supposed to go to pay off our revenue bond. What is that amount? Are we meeting that obligation now? Do we need this increase in order to meet that obligation? Do we need it by a certain date to meet that obligation? I'll leave it there for now.
We believe we need it to meet the obligation long-term. It's not that we've got a shortfall right now. There is money in the parking fund that can actually be paying the current most
So we don't have those numbers in front of us, and
we've only, of the two structures, we've only actually had payments on the North Center Street Tower. The 11-mile structure, of course, we just did that issue a month ago or less, and we won't have a payment due on that for almost 6 months.
So it seems to me prudent, if we don't have the numbers in front of us and we're just making decisions based on this, that it might make sense to wait until because otherwise we might have to do another increase when we get those numbers in and we have in front of us how we're going to be meeting our obligations based on these parking rates. And I will say, frankly, that the timing of this is terrible. We just knocked out 2 parking lots, and we're going to knock out another one shortly. And now it looks like we're profiting off of the shortage of parking downtown by increasing our parking rates. So I would feel better about this if I could see, well, we've got to do this to meet our revenue bond obligations, and I didn't see that here. I don't think that the parking rates themselves are absurd, but it worries me with a shortage of parking right now, to be doing this increase without a specific reason to do it is questionable.
Commissioner DuBuck. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, are you saying that math hasn't been done, or you just don't have it as a part of this report?
We don't have it as a part of this report.
So
There's been an estimate made based on what we thought this would generate, and we believe it will generate what we need in order to cover the debt service expenditures for both of those bond issues.
As vetted by the DDA Parking Committee.
Yeah.
Do any tax dollars go to the parking system?
No.
Parking system is completely self-funded.
Yes.
Do we have any idea, and I think it's actually in this report, are there estimates on what percentage of these dollars come from people visiting our city versus residents? Do we know?
We don't know.
There's no estimate on that. But we do know that the folks who visit our city, who very much enjoy our downtown, they need a place to park, and their fees to the parking system pay for their ability to park here. It's self-sustaining system.
Yes, but we don't.
And so residents are not paying for the parking.
We don't have any way of knowing who actually is making that payment.
Okay. But not out of our millage, not out of, my property taxes.
Nope.
Parking system is basically a usage system for anyone that does visit and park in the downtown.
Totally a usage system. The new bonds are both revenue bonds, which means they are only secured by the revenue of the parking system. There is no pledge to use any general fund or other fund monies except for DDA, because the DDA did make a promise to pay half. But that's all that's pledged to the bondholders.
I think in comparisons to other cities, seems reasonable. I agree the timing is unfortunate given the constriction of our parking right now, but we also know that our new deck has yet to be anywhere near capacity in the evening.
I wouldn't say we have a constriction of parking. We just opened
you know, a new deck.
Oh, I mean, street parking, the parking people are familiar with, exactly. We added, 525 spaces. And I was actually at on Thursday night, town was hopping, and checked out the new deck, and the sign, which is very nice, says, 533 available spaces. And meanwhile, there's people, lapping around the old lot. So, I mean, it's really a question of behavior, driving people to the deck, and I'm sure people are maximizing the 2 hours free before 5, and then the much better rates and the convenience of our nice new shiny deck. So I think,
is going on the next DDA agenda.
and we are going to have a banner on Main Street saying, "Welcome to downtown Royal Oak,
Assuming
parking free
that the
before
DDA
5,
and the city commission approve.
2 hours free before 5 in all decks," right? So I think these are reasonable. Like, my primary concern is making sure that folks aren't feeling entrapped and that we're giving people every opportunity to be compliant so that they're not getting a ticket. I don't want us to have a reputation of being really, really good at writing tickets, but not really good at the other things we do in our parking system. So as long as we can be certain that we're rolling out Park Mobile or some other mobile parking app for the convenience of our visitors and our residents. I think Labor Day is a reasonable target, and that we get rid of all coin-only meters in the high-density area before Labor Day. I think that these are reasonable proposals that have come forward from the DDA. With the amendment that say the second meeting in July, we get an update as to the rollout of Park Mobile and the removal of coin-only meters, I'll move for acceptance of the DDA recommendations.
We have a motion by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? Commissioner Macey.
Just like to state again, I don't think that the rates are unreasonable, but I do think that that we should be raising rates in line with the amount of money we need to pay off our parking bonds. And given the discussion we just had, that God forbid we make any decisions without having all the information in front of us, I find it interesting that that's a piece of information that we don't need in making this decision. Again, I'm not against the raising of the rates. I feel like maybe it should be tied to something that it belongs to, something that it matches up with. And I agree with Commissioner Dubuck that we need to be making improvements to our parking system. And I wonder if we should delay this increase in rates until those improvements have happened. Maybe September 1st is the date for that. Yes, that's it.
I'll just add that, we have, I think the rates are reasonable. If you look at the rate of inflation over this period, you have to consider that, I plugged in the numbers. I think these are from 2010. So, is it a full, 25-cent increase or, adjusted for the rate of inflation? It's not a full, 25-cent increase in one example. The other thing I'd add is, because we are moving forward with more convenient ways to pay for parking, such as Park Mobile being prolific throughout the entire city, and replacing our coin-only meters with credit card meters, and and offering a great parking garage experience. What you're going to find is that the number of tickets, which are also part of our parking fund, are going to go down, which is great for visitors and for residents and everyone that has emailed me, some with choice words. Every time they get a $10 parking ticket, those will go away, and so to compensate for that, because it does cost money to administer parking, parking spaces aren't free. Staff has communicated to us that in this letter, these are the rates through the DDA, through the experts that are on the DDA that know everything about, some of them own businesses in the downtown. They know about parking. They know they want visitors to come to downtown. They're charged with it. That they have that, they've done the work, they've done the study, it's mentioned in here, and this is what they recommend in order to fulfill those parking obligations, considering all these things in total. I don't know that every single report has to be fully comprehensive of every line item of data. I had this a week ago. Actually, we had this months ago. January. So if I had concerns about staff's recommendation based on the study they'd done, I would have requested that information prior to this meeting to vote on it. So that's my position. So I think, if we trust what staff has done, if we trust the work of the DDA, and, if we really wanted to know the Excel spreadsheet Mr. Johnson and the DDA used, we could have requested that.
inform our decision, but I think now I feel comfortable with these rates given the service that we're going to be delivering and hopefully with the significant reduction in parking tickets that that will issue because people have the convenience of paying, and not, worrying about getting a ticket. I saw Commissioner Dubuck, you had your hand up.
I think you said it. I think it's kind of apples and oranges to compare this to last-minute budget amendments after multiple budget meetings. We've had a first discussion about this in January. There's been 2 DDA meetings about it. We've had lengthy discussions with the city manager about the revenue and what it's going to generate and the fact that these are revenue bonds. And we did have this agenda item last week in the report months ago. So I'm comfortable moving forward with this. I think if I've had conversations with staff about it leading up to this meeting. If I had concerns, I would have raised them.
Commissioner Lavasser?
The way I approach it, it's really a question of supply and demand, and we've had a ton of changes here in our downtown with regard to service parking the last month or so, and I don't know that we've got the full shakeout on how that's impacting supply and demand. I look at it in 2 parts. I mean, you've got your daytime supply and demand, you've got your evenings supply and demand. And I'm just wondering if we have any feedback, any perspective. Are we finding that these, just in the last month, we may not have that information yet, but are we finding that there is still excess capacity on the surface parking during the daytime, or is that all eaten up?
I don't have any turnover occupancy in the last month.
And some of that's driven by day of the week. I mean, the east, where the new police station is still fairly open even during the day. But once again, that's going to become a construction site. So that during the day, that is still filled up. It fills up, obviously, for farmers market events and that kind of thing. When there's events in the downtown, it fills up. But during the normal workday, the eastern part of the farmers market lot is pretty empty.
That's what you found over the last month?
I beg your pardon?
That's your finding over the last month?
Since we started closing these 2 lots, yes.
Right.
And the west lot has been closed off at the farmers market for events for the month.
And that's specifically daytime. Are you finding anything with regard to nighttime?
I don't have any data on the nighttime.
Commissioner Macey?
So, Mr. Johnson, are we sure with this raise in the rates that we're not going to need to raise the rates again during the lifetime of or well, not during the lifetime, but in the next year or so? It's not like we're going to find out what the revenue bonds are and then have to adjust.
I can't promise that. I would say I don't expect that we would have to do it. But when we're setting rates, you never know exactly what impact the rate is going to have on usage. That by raising rates, you may reduce your usage and you lose some of the increase to that. Our rates are actually pretty low as parking rates go. But I cannot promise you that we're never going to have to increase rates again, or even in the next 2 or 3 years.
Maybe we decrease it if everyone's using Park Mobile and paying for all their parking. I mean, how many times are there vehicles out there that, are sitting with an unpaid meter, they just don't get a ticket or something, you know what I mean? So you could have another impact that's hard to model as well. Commissioner Macey?
So could we decrease prices if we find that with the usage is as you describe, and that maybe the revenue bonds aren't as much as we?
Yeah. I don't think we have a commitment. We have a commitment to raise rates to cover, but if we have adequate coverage, we could always, if all of a sudden there's a windfall.
We have a commitment to have rates adequate to provide the coverage that's required by the bond indenture.
And we have smart meters. I mean, it's easy to change rates at a garage. And, through the Park Mobile app, it's also the same. I mean, back a while ago when you had to manually change all the meters, that was a big ordeal. We just don't endure that these days. So, yes, and I would be in favor of doing it because the parking fund is not a moneymaker because we can't, all these people that say, oh, the city coffers, the parking city coffers. I'm like, what are the city coffers? It's everybody's money that is stuck in a parking account that you can only spend money on parking with. So there's no need to there's no city coffers. You know, there's no incentive to have more money in there than we need. But we have to be fiscally responsible, make sure we have a balance in there, make sure we have the right coverage. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to lower those rates. Just like we do with building permit fees, we did an adjustment with building permit fees because, you know, quite honestly, you know, we were getting more demand and we were getting coverage, and we lowered the rates because we didn't want to charge people for more than what that service costs. And that's no different for parking. We don't want to charge them more than what that service costs. So right now we raise it. The first guy to jump in line, right behind you, Commissioner Macey, if you want to lower him down the road.
I've already forgotten what the motion is, but I think the motion involves revisiting it in July. Did that happen?
The motion as far as July was to ask for a report on Park Mobile for the July meeting. For one of
Okay.
the July meetings, I don't remember which one you asked for, the first,
Second.
second July meeting?
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we, I don't know if it's an
Amendment to the
amendment, I
motion?
guess it's an amendment, that we also find out, we also get a report on the revenue that we're currently receiving and the revenue bond amount. See what you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we have an amendment to the amendment. Or
I'm
no,
sorry.
the amendment to the original motion.
Yeah, the original
Yeah, 'cause
motion
the original
was
motion didn't
as it
have an
was.
amendment to it.
Don, isn't there a requirement that there's a certification annually on
Yes.
parking revenue as part of the revenue bond?
Yes.
So I mean, your information is being required as part of that.
When does that come?
Pardon me?
When?
I don't.
That comes from the finance director, and I think that's tied to the fiscal year, but I might be wrong. It might be the calendar year.
Okay. I guess well.
But what information
I'd be
is,
curious to see the interim report because now things have changed quite a bit. So if it's a new report, then that's great, but if it's a year old, I'm not as interested.
Commissioner Gibbs?
And Commissioner DeBuck's revisit in July, second meeting of July meant this year, 2018, correct? Okay, I just wanted to clear. You didn't say that, and I thought next year.
Well, because we're talking about this September to have that stuff done.
Got to make sure we're on track for Labor Day. Wish you wouldn't have said Labor Day, huh, Mr. Hassan? No, I'm just kidding.
Do what we can. Just keep juggling.
That's right. We appreciate your efforts, sincerely. Okay, so now we have an amendment to add the financial, interim financial report on it that, and I assume that, just for clarification of information that's already been done, readily available, we're not going to task them with doing a new 100-page report or anything. Okay.
Right.
So we'll vote on that amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Amendment passes. We're back to Commissioner DeBuck's original motion, which is to accept the modest increases here and revisit or get an update, a progress report on the Park Mobile and, I guess,
Second meeting in July.
second meeting in July. Everyone understand the motion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right, that brings us to the end of our agenda.
Thank God.
Notwithstanding any other important business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Douglas,
Well, these are mine stuff,
supported
too.
by Commissioner DeBuck. Any discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion passes. We're adjourned.